Hey. Good morning, afternoon, Mr. Bombastic, Jonah boy. Good to see you again. It's another beautiful day in the Counterpoints household. I hope you guys are doing well. If you have any questions or concerns or things that you want me to shout out, then go ahead and type them into the reply section now as we're getting live and we're getting set up. I'm getting better and better and better every day at posting my community notes and posting my Twitter and posting my whatever in order to let people know that we're live. So we're figuring out the flow. We're figuring out the flow. We're learning as we go. But Christian Valeris, good to see you as well. Who wants to hear a sexist joke? Go ahead in the replies. I'll read it if it's not too gross. Oh man. But we got some stuff going on today. We have, of course, a little bit of a tariff war update. And actually a Russia analysis, an analysis of the Russian sanctions and non-sanctions. We got Democrats who are trying to step up, but we'll see if they have any effect. The Supreme Court actually ruled in favor of the gentleman who was incorrectly deported to Central America, to the El Salvador Guantanamo Bay. That's good news. Ukraine is making moves without us. A helicopter crash I want to break down, so on and so forth. We probably got 24 stories. And then not only that, we have Douglas Murray allegedly, okay, we're going to watch it. We're going to have Douglas Murray allegedly stomp on, what's his name? Dave Smith. That's going to be the allegedly. So we'll see what he actually does. We'll have our own analysis. Tim Pool does break with MAGA over the stabbing in Texas, and then Sargon of Akkad is kind of our backup content. If Stephen Bennell II doesn't agree or have time for us today to chat, then I'll probably go over what I was going to chat with him just with you guys, so you know what it is, so I'm not constantly blue balling you, and then I'll just break down Sargon before we dip out for the weekend. What do you call a cunning woman? What's up, guys? This is Chase. We must revel in Murray bending over Dave Smith and Rogan for real. Well, let's see if it's good. Time to lurk, Dave Smith. I don't think you finished the joke, Christian Valeris. All right. Loading the dishwasher. Lol. Misogyny, lol. Listen, I got no problem with a little banter. If the women want to come in and tell a misandrous joke in a moment, that's totally fine. We'll read your equivalent. And it was actually CTV. I don't know if you guys remember this character from the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene, but there was a character named CTV, Critical Thinking Veteran. And he had this joke that he told me. We went to lunch once, and his wife and him were like fun arguing. They were arguing, but they were having fun with it. They were bantering back and forth. And he says, the phrase happy wife, happy life, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, do you know what the male equivalent of that is? And I'm like, no. And he's like, happy husband, or I'll date your cousin. And he didn't say the word date. NYC Falcon, good to see you. Yeah, he's going to be all right. My 14-year-old nephew told you this morning. Jeez, that's a dirty joke for a 14-year-old. Good Lord. I'm not surprised, though. He will be all right. Yeah. So let's get the screens up. Let's get the news going. It honestly, it's my privilege and honor to hang out with you beautiful people every single day. It really is. But I don't want to glaze you too much before we get it cracking, okay? So that was not the story I wanted. I wanted the tariffs. Let me pull it up real quick. It should still be at the top of the box. But effectively what's going on is China isn't blinking, okay? So China raises tariffs on US goods to 125%, and if you guys will remember, they have a 300% trade deficit with us. So they have like $500 billion in US goods that are exported every year, whereas they only buy like 143 billion from us. And it looks like this page is just loading random stuff, but that's okay. Let's just read this one. This is a summary of the markets. U.S. markets seem set for another bumpy day. Here's the latest. U.S. markets are still feeling queasy over the twists and turns of the Trump trade war after China announced overnight it was raising its retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports to 125%. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump is set to undergo his annual physical examination on Friday. That is exciting. China has raised its retaliatory tariffs from 84 to 125. Beijing said Trump's decision to impose a 145% tariff on Chinese goods showed his trade policy is nothing more than a numbers game and a joke. That's crazy pants. No U.S.-China talks yet. The U.S. has not initiated trade negotiations with China. Trump's trade representative Jameson Greer told reporters Friday in his first public comments on the ongoing trade war, she had said earlier that China is not afraid of any unjust suppression. So this is my frustration with it, is that we're making China look comparatively strong, and we're also pushing people into the arms of China. That is annoying to me. Xi's first foreign trip. Xi Jinping will travel next week to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Malaysia, 3 countries that were set to be hit hard by Trump's reciprocal tariffs on what will be his first foreign visit of 2025. Analysts have warned that Trump's tariffs could push potential allies in the region like Vietnam closer to China. What a nightmare. I hate this administration. I hope that it is over soon. Gazillion percent. Yeah. I mean, they can't afford it. They're a command economy, okay? They don't care. Do you think they care that if the Chinese working class and middle class can't afford American goods? They're the ones who manufacture a majority of the goods on the planet. So of course they're just going to turn around and sell domestic Chinese competitors anyways. So it's actually pronounced Stephen Borelli. True. Well, man, true. Yeah. I guess they can afford it. Yeah, they can. The Trumps do not deserve such good genetics. If you mean that Ivanka is a good-looking gal, sure. Sean Kaplan says only 4 months in, Lord, give me strength. Exactly. Now, I had a friend, Sam. Sam is a gentleman who runs a Democrat PAC, and he has a friend who broke down the Russian exemption to tariffs, and this is all based off of him. So take it with a grain of salt. For all I know, he's a neoconservative psyop. Okay, but I think it's good information here that seems to be backed by facts. There are shareable links in here, so I'm just going to presume that it's accurate. And we're going to read it together because the truth is that we should have our arguments lined up when it comes to what Trump is doing with Russia and whether or not Trump is simping for Russia. NYC Falcon says job outsourcing was really big in the 90s. It's still going strong now. Of course, yeah, we're an international economy now, and Trump is trying to stop that, but I don't think that his actions have the desired effects that he claims they do. KCJ says half of China is still poor in rural areas, so they can keep up longer than we can for real. Yeah, because what's going to happen to the average Chinese agricultural or industrial worker? They're probably barely going to notice it. Christian Blair says, dude, 78 and eats Big Macs and Diet Coke. How long can he live? Yeah. Speaking of which, his physical is coming up. So I am praying with all of my strength that his doctor is like, yeah, you're all jacked up. Your knees are bad. Your cholesterol is terrible. You have early onset dementia. And frankly, you're medically unfit to be president. And then I hope they go get a second opinion, because obviously he's not going to want to step down from power. And then the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth doctor all confirm the same thing. That would be a blessed month. Sean, early onset. Yeah, good point. Sean Kaplan says, did you see Trump admin trying to bully and blacklist Pacman's book off of Amazon? No, but it seems like the kind of petty stuff that they would do. Absolutely. So anyways, let's read the Russian thing. So Russia exempted from Trump's tariff on world and U.S. allies, which is crazy pants. On April 2nd, 2025, President Trump announced sweeping tariffs, a 10% tax on most imports worldwide, with even higher 20 to 25% tariffs on goods Americans buy from key U.S. allies in Europe and Canada. Notably, Trump exempted Russia from this import tax. One of the things that was pointed out by Australians too is that if you look at services, then Australia has a trade surplus with the United States. And so we're screwing over people who are even meeting what Trump wants us to do. With the stroke of a pen, Trump just made Russia's imports into the United States 20% cheaper than those from our closest military and economic allies. Russia enjoys one of the largest trade imbalances in the world with the United States. The United States has $2.5 billion trade deficit with Russia, which puts Russia in the top 10% of nations. Even with, this is including sanctions, by the way. This unprecedented move carries significant economic risks and strategic repercussions. Tariffs are the equivalent to a tax that raises costs on American consumers and industries. They strain relationships with close allies and grants a curious advantage to an adversarial trade partner. Taken together, these tariffs risk undermining U.S. economic interests, hurting U.S. consumers, and eroding U.S. leadership on the world stage. This is true. I did see several videos of small business owners effectively saying that they had goods coming in from China that they were not prepared to pay. And as a result, they had gone from expecting to pay $30,000 on a $100,000 shipment to now spending like 100 grand on $100,000 shipment. And so as a result, they're actually just putting these businesses out of commission. So Gen X says, yo, welcome aboard, Gen X. Good to see you again. Thank you for dropping by the stream. Everybody be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live, and, comment, play in the, chat section. I'll be engaging with you momentarily, I promise. Sultan Al Fahim, good to see you again as well. Trump exempted Russia from his new tariffs, giving Putin a strategic and economic gift. Russia was left on Trump's tariffs list entirely, meaning their exports to the U.S. are now significantly cheaper than those from trusted allies. This exemption gives Russia a 20% price advantage, rewarding an adversary while punishing longstanding partners like Canada. Russia was already the top 25 deficit trading partner of the U.S., which makes no flippin' sense for us to be doing this. The White House claimed Russia was exempt due to sanctions, but Russian goods still enter the U.S. So this is the talking point that Blair White and other people tried to use on social media. So you need to be ready that if you use this in your online debates on Twitter, you need to have this in your tool belt ready to go. White House officials said Russia and Belarus were excluded because existing sanctions for invading Ukraine meant we had hardly any meaningful trade with those countries, but this is simply not true. Russia still enjoys the benefits of being one of our largest trade imbalances with the U.S. Even small countries with minimal trade, like the Mauritius and Brunei, were hit with tariffs, along with countries where the U.S. has a trade surplus. They buy more of our goods. Exempting Russia while penalizing NATO allies undermines both our moral credibility and our strategic deterrence. Then Americans will pay thousands. I think we understand this. These are bullet points, so I'm not trying to go too quick. Like, I want to make sure that we cover the information. But this repeats that it's taxes on consumers. We do know that. Food, clothes, cars are the ones that get hit. Russian goods are going to avoid these costs because we're not punishing them over the goods that we still consume from Russia. These tariffs also risk supply chain instability, global retaliation, and inflation, putting the broader economy at risk. I think we all agree in chat that Trump is a moron for putting us on this path. And then Trump undermines NATO and betrays U.S. troops and veterans. Let's read these last two because I think the last one in particular is going to be relevant. Trump's tariffs penalizes countries that have stood with the U.S. in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, and Ukraine, exempting Russia while hitting allies like, Australia, Canada, Lithuania, Estonia, the people that we actually care about. That loyalty to the U.S. comes at a price, and aggression gets rewarded. Veterans and service members who fought alongside NATO forces will see this as a deep betrayal. I don't know about that. I'm a GWAT veteran, and frankly, I think the Europeans are all wussies, but that's okay. I have a stereotypical perspective, a chud perspective, if you will. European partners have already warned of possible retaliation. We do know that. This is the thing that I think is the most important part that we should be pressuring our Congress about. The Constitution gives Congress, not the president, ultimate authority over tariffs and taxes. While Congress has previously delegated some tariff powers, it can reclaim that authority or block presidential overreach. This is what needs to happen, and I think Democrats are letting Trump do the damage so that they can have a better chance in the midterm elections. However, if it gets bad enough, which I would argue it's kind of getting there, they need to step in and say, nope, enough is enough. Congress actually needs to intervene because Trump is a lunatic. Lawmakers have a duty to act, I agree, both to prevent catastrophic economic damage at home and to defend the alliances and strength of U.S. global power. Agreed. This is not just about trade. It's about restoring balance, protecting democratic values, and checking reckless decision-making. Yeah, so this could be a total neocon fluff piece. I have no idea. I haven't met the gentleman who produced it, but it seems pretty logical. It seems based off of the evidence that's currently available to us. And so as a result, I give this a 9.99 out of 10 as far as a research document and talking points document. So go ahead and throw that. If that's not already in your tool belt, if these talking points and summaries of the information are not already in your tool belt, go ahead and put this in there. If you want me to make it shareable, I could share it with you as well. Breath. So Christian Blair says, I don't watch Dim Fool, but I thought the debate was tonight. Good, I missed it. Lol. Well, yeah, there's a debate between Wick and Lactoid, which actually would be fun to check out. So maybe we'll check that out later when it's done. But Tim Pool actually talked about the stabbing in Texas at the track meet. And I think he took like a more Second Amendment, like pro Second Amendment, pro self-defense stance, which a lot of people thought was crazy pants because this kid stabbed this kid and this kid died. But I think there's details that might indicate that this gentleman was basically acting normally and this guy was being a jerk to him. But we're going to have to take a look at the details because obviously being a jerk doesn't warrant getting stabbed in the face. We have to see how the situation devolved. Now, he is losing so much in the courts. I'm so happy. I'm so happy the Supreme Court's gave him a 9-0 L. That's so dope. I love it. Yeah, his audience won't like that. I agree, but he might need to shake it up a little bit. They might be getting a little bored of him just telling him what they want to hear. So maybe shaking it up and pissing off his audience a little bit will actually be good for him in the long term, especially if he gains like more of an independent voice. Eric Dom says, every time you say Europeans are wussies, I want to fight you, you beer. Let's do it. Let's go to VidCon. I'll come to European VidCon. You can come to American VidCon, and we'll throw fisticuffs. We'll throw on some punching gloves. We'll throw on some wraps and some headgear, and we'll just throw fisticuffs. And you can defend the honor. You can defend the honor of your continent, and I'll defend the honor of myself and my continent. Lane says, hello, stopped in to say hi and to get the link to repost elsewhere. Have a great day. I appreciate you. Appreciate you kindly. All right, then let's go ahead and take a look at this story. I do have a dog that's barking at me. Can you give me, I do not want to see the view count drop. I am going to sprint across the house and I'll be back in 15 seconds, 20 seconds. All right. Don't go anywhere. All right. We're back. My apologies. Orlane says heart. Good. All right. Let's read this. This is part of the Trump administration L that just happened in the past 48 hours. So I can't hear dogs. They were barking at my door. Oh, two of you guys left. Two of you wussies wouldn't wait 10 seconds for me to run across the house. You punks. Anyways, I'm mostly joking. Let's continue. Judge refuses to cancel hearing over Trump admin's effort to facilitate return of mistakenly deported man. A federal judge has rejected the Trump admin's request to cancel a hearing set for Friday in this case of a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. U.S. District Judge Paula X. Zinis is how I'll pronounce it, is giving the admin until 11:30 a.m. ET today to provide her with a sworn written statement from an individual with personal knowledge of the steps the government has or is planning to take to secure the return of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, the Salvadoran national who was deported on March 15th. She has previously ordered that declaration be submitted by 9:30 ET, but the DOJ asked for an extension just as the deadline passed. In a sharply worded order, the judge was critical of the admin's claims that it needed more time to review a Supreme Court order issued Thursday that endorsed her earlier directive that it work to secure Abrego Garcia's return. The defendant's act of sending Abrego Garcia to El Salvador was wholly illegal from the moment it happened, and defendants have been on notice of the same, Zinis wrote. The defendant's suggestion that they need time to meaningfully review a 4-page order that reaffirms this basic principle blinks at reality. Good. She's calling them out. Good for her. Good for Judge Zinis. What's up, Connor in chat? Well, good to see you, Jack-O-Lantern. Thanks for giving us a comment. Everybody remember to like the stream. That way more people know that we're live. Then this is also an important one that I want to address because this is going to set the tone for the Russian relationship now going forward because, of course, I'm frustrated with the Trump admin not actually getting anything done when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. So, Russia President Vladimir Putin is meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump's foreign envoy Steve Witkoff in St. Petersburg. A possible Putin-Trump meeting may be on the agenda. State news agency RIA Novosti cited Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov as saying. He added that Putin and Witkoff will discuss Ukraine, with Peskov calling it a good opportunity to convey the Russian position to Trump. Witkoff met earlier with Russian negotiator Kirill Dmitriev in St. Petersburg. Wyckoff's plane landed in St. Pete this morning, according to Russian state news agencies, citing data from the Flight Radar 24 tracking website. Separately, when asked that rare earth metals talks between the U.S. and Ukraine, Peskov said, the situation is developing rapidly now. Therefore, it is important to monitor all the news, analyze the information, and try to understand the consequences for events that directly concern us. Okay, that's frustrating because still nothing has happened. Trump at first promised that he was going to resolve the Russia-Ukraine conflict before he even got into office. Then he said that it was going to be within 24 hours, and we're now pushing like 80 days, and we're still not there. Yeah, it's frustrating. And on top of that, I don't expect them, based off of their sympathies with the Russian government, I don't expect them to actually negotiate a deal that's good for Ukraine. So another thing to get mildly frustrated about. Excuse me, and I'm sorry for breathing hard, but I did have to sprint across my house, let the dog in, and then start reading again as quickly as I possibly could. Are you making a channel promo video I can blast out to friends and family? Yeah, maybe. I could talk to the editors about that. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Give us time though, just because we're getting the wind in our sails. We're getting the wind under our wings. Sapien Green says, and that was Sean Kaplan. Sapien Green says, can the people responsibly actually face criminal charges for the deportation situation? The question is, who do you charge, right? So do you charge the ICE agents who originally violated the protection order? Do you charge the administration for failing to comply with the order to return him? I'm not sure who you charge. So that's my one concern with that. Now, it is a criminal violation. Therefore, it's possible. So I'm sure the judge will lean into that as time goes on if the Trump admin continues to drag its feet. Jack-o'-lantern says, got to go back to lurking because I'm at work, but I'll still be here listening. Well, thanks, Jack-o'-lantern. I do appreciate you hanging out with us while you're at work. Christian Vlaris, NYC Falcon says, I reposted your video on my YouTube to promote it. Is that okay? Of course. We want as many people as possible to know about Valor Media Network, and we want as many people as possible to be fans of the Counterpoint show. So yes, 100%. Literally, if you want to, this is gonna, I'll take a second. If you guys want to do counterpoints out of context, I don't care, right? I don't know how many people would be interested in that, but a year ago, 2 years ago, an out of context clips were pretty popular. And what they would do is, if you had a favorite creator, you would take a segment and then you would just cut it up to make him say the most absurd things possible. And then you would post it to Twitter as if it was serious. You can 100% do a counterpoints out of context or a Valor out of context. I have no problems with that. I don't know if Ken Harbaugh will like it, but I'll like it. I'll love it. I'll repost it. So, Sabian says, yes, the benefits of bureaucracy. Everyone is responsible and no one is responsible. Exactly. All right, key takeaways from CNN's town hall with battleground members of Congress. I find that this is probably going to be frustrating for me because these are going to be Democrats who have to be centrist enough to not get stomped out of their elections, but they need to have stones enough that people don't think they're cowards. So we're going to see if any of these people can actually strike that balance, because it is a tough balance. Those could be so much worse than Decilol. I got so much ammo. Go for it, man. Go for it. It could be mad funny. So 4 House members from competitive districts, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, offered a preview of congressional budget battles in the midterm election season to come in Thursday's CNN town hall. Republicans Mike Lawler of New York and Ryan McKenzie of Pennsylvania, and Democrats Jahana Hayes of Connecticut and Derek Tran of California fielded questions from voters during the event moderated by CNN's Caitlin Collins and Jake Tapper. For 90 minutes, they debated President Donald Trump's universal tariffs, immigration crackdown, spending cuts, the future of the Department of Education, and more. The lawmakers were not fully in lockstep with their parties. McKenzie said the budget slashing Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency has at times moved too fast, too quickly. Lawler said he agreed with the Supreme Court that Trump's admin should facilitate the return of mistakenly deported Maryland men, adding that he should be returned and obviously they should follow the law. They also weren't, however, sprinting towards the middle ahead of next year's midterm elections. Asked about due process concerns for migrants being deported by the Trump admin, Hayes, who was one of 46 House Democrats to vote for the Laken-Riley Act, a GOP-led bill to require detention of undocumented migrants charged with certain crimes, said she regrets her vote. As I've thought about it over the past couple of months, I probably would have voted differently. It's a vote that I regret, she said. The 4 House members all represent competitive districts. Okay. Cool. We got 4 representatives, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats who are in competitive districts. And because they're in competitive districts, they're saying things that don't align with their parties. Cool story, CNN. Thanks for sharing. All right. Supreme Court says Trump must facilitate return of man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. I know I hit a little bit of a story of this, but this is actually surprising a lot of Democrats right now. There was a 9-0 ruling. Okay. So, sorry, there's people talking about the Destiny thing. Eric Dom says the next European VidCon takes place near Amsterdam, it seems. I will not make it there anytime soon, but I'm in Vegas every few years to visit family. I'll tell you next time. Sweet. Sweet. We'll do the counterpoints, honor, fisticuffs, round 1. It'll be great. What time is the Destiny interview? So hopefully 3 p.m. I agree that it's hopefully 3 p.m. Let me double check real quick. So he sent me a message. Let me see if he's canceling again. Yeah, fuck it. Or we can do 2 if you want. Up to you, buddy. I live to serve. All right. Yep. So just keep an eye out. Tell me to check my messages again in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So he's saying that he's down to do it, which is good, because I actually have a whole list of questions here, and they're not about it's not about the court case. I don't care about the court case. I understand the court case. It's about morality, right? So it's about believing in God, being agnostic or atheistic or anti-theistic. What do you think about religious moral systems? You know, are you a cosmic nihilist? Are you an absurdist? What do you believe about mature hedonism versus immature hedonism? Are you still a consequentialist? What were you trying to achieve in 2022 versus now? He's argued that the medication has helped him with his impulsive sexual behavior. I want to ask him about that. I also need to ask him about, I think I did put in something here about him like wanting J-Stock and Queeman murdered. Oh, calls for their deaths. I'll put J-Stock and Queeman in here specifically, because I think that's the thing that a lot of people who are even fans of Steven are critical of, is the fact that doxing is viewed as a etiquette violation. That's where you find people's like publicly available but personal and sensitive information, and then you publish it again in order to basically scare them, lead to them getting harassed, all that kind of stuff. And then that coupled with him saying that he wishes that Queeman, J-Stock, Mr. Girl, and Lav were dead, people are seeing that as kind of like a stochastic harassment, I guess, where you're kind of wishing that like a member of your audience would show up to their houses and actually kill them. And so I want to ask him about that. I won't be like too pressy about it. I won't moral frog about it, but I do want to ask him why he thinks that that's a fair response to the actions of J-Stock, Queeman, and Mr. Girl and whoever. So yeah, like I'm not going to be an a-hole, but I am going to ask I'm going to ask the relevant questions. So obviously he's a controversial figure with some controversial actions, and a lot of people are moral frogging about his doxing and death threats. And so I'm going to ask him about it if he will allow me. NYC says, I have a feeling that this chat might be flooded with Queeman and J-Stock Sims. That's fine. Who cares? Who cares? Gird your loins for the onslaught of internet goblins. That's okay. We'll welcome them aboard. Destiny, I am not familiar. Elaborate, please. So NYC Falcon. I come from a place called Twitch and YouTube Politics. Twitch and YouTube Politics is filled with tons of young people who like to debate. Destiny is a left-wing, liberal, I would say mildly progressive creator who started streaming in 2010 and then made a switch to politics in 2016. He has become wildly popular. He used to get like 3,000 live viewers. Now he's up to like 10,000 live viewers. But recently he had a sex scandal, and the sex scandal was dated in 2022, but it wasn't revealed to the past 6 months. As a result of that sex scandal, many of the people who were friends with him, who orbited him, who streamed with him, who talked with him, they've kind of said like, oh, he's a bad guy. I can't work with him anymore. And I said like, oh, well, maybe I'll work with him. Like I already kind of knew that he did a lot of crazy sex shit and he was kind of sociopathic. So, this doesn't really change much. And a lot of people got upset with me for maintaining that position. But I do think that I can't really have a collaborative relationship until I pick his brain on his like moral philosophy, because I need to know if he's changed or if he's the same, whether or not he cares, and how much of a relationship I can have with him, whether it's offline and friendly, whether it's just being work associates, whether it's just having debates every now and then, whether, if there was something like really extreme, like he ended up being like a rapist or a murderer, then, that's something that you would have to cut off, right? You have to have some kind of line on moral behavior that you won't accept. So, I want to poke around without dealing with he's being sued. So I don't want to poke around specifically about the court case, because obviously that can be sensitive to his position because the legal issues are ongoing. But I do want to ask him about his moral philosophy in 2022 and his moral philosophy now, and see if it's something that I can vibe with. But anyways, returning to the news. Give me a second. Destiny, my beloved, love my Gooner King. So Lav has backtracked, but not Queeman or J-Stock. You know what's funny is I was watching Queeman and J-Stock, and they backtracked without saying they backtracked. So Queeman was like, "Oh yeah, he's a sex predator, and he should go to jail, and he should be put on the sex offender list." And then now he's like, "Listen, guys, I never said that he would be put on the sex offender list. I'm just saying that he should be. And I'm not saying that he will get sued. I'm just saying that he should be. And I'm not saying that he will go to jail. I'm just saying that he should be." And so that feels like I don't know. I would say that feels like at least an emotional walk back since, he came on my stream. And then with J-Stock too, there was this implication. We talked in the first 2 weeks of the drama, and he was like, "Oh yeah, well, how many people would it take for him to leak it in order for you to believe that this was like intentional, that he wanted his pornography to get leaked?" And then that was like a moral point, and that's fine. Like that's a decently thought out point, but we haven't had substantiation of that point, right? So we haven't had substantiation of like he leaked it so often that he may as well have published it. We haven't substantiated that point. So Grassroots Chachabon says US dollar got kind of mogged. Well, that's going to happen in a Trump economy, right? Gen X says Christian Valerius, right now or later if Connor talks to him, I'm a Destiny simp. He did something dumb, but just not nearly as bad as everyone is acting like. Yeah, that's kind of my opinion too. NYC Falcon says, okay, you sound like a normal, nice guy. I understand. Depends on the day, right? For the most part, I hate the constant moral frogging, but I'm kind of a psycho. Yeah, me too. I just read the transcript of the hearing. His lawyers said that they thought they had another 15 witnesses, but now they only have one. Yeah. So that's kind of where I thought it was going to end up. I thought that everybody was going to be super gung-ho in the beginning, and then the case was going to not be as extreme as everybody said it was. Yep. All right. Anyways, let's continue. Supreme Court says Trump must facilitate return of man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The Supreme Court on Thursday required President Donald Trump's administration to facilitate the return of a Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador, but stopped short of requiring the government return him to the United States. The High Court said the admin must try to return Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran national who was deported on March 15th. It said part of the lower court's order requiring the government to effectuate his return was unclear and needed further review. The court did not give the administration a deadline for when Abrego Garcia should be returned. The opinion was unsigned and no dissents were noted. Tonight, the rule of law prevailed. The Supreme Court upheld the district judge's order that the government had to bring Kilmar home, said Simon Sandoval Moschenberg, one of Abrego Garcia's attorneys. Now they need to stop wasting time and get moving. But the Trump admin also framed the decision as a win for its position. As the Supreme Court correctly recognized, it is the exclusive prerogative of the president to conduct foreign affairs, a Department of Justice spokesperson said. By directly noting the deference owed to the executive branch, this ruling once again illustrates that activist judges do not have the jurisdiction to seize control of the president's authority to conduct foreign policy. That was never the argument, you lying sack of crap. Let's read ties to MS-13, because I think this is the thing that we were poking at with the Charlie Kirk segment. Ties to MS-13 ? Abrego Garcia was arrested by the Department of Homeland Security officers on March 12th and was placed on one of 3 planes bound to El Salvador days later. But even the Trump admin has acknowledged that an immigration judge had years earlier barred his deportation to El Salvador over concerns about his safety. After his family sued, Judge Zenas ordered the government to return Abrego Garcia by noon on Monday, but Trump officials said it could not negotiate with the El Salvador government that quickly, and it argued the federal courts could neither compel the president's foreign policy nor review decisions by the attorney general to execute removal orders. But the Richmond-based 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals unanimously sided with Abrego Garcia. 2 of 3 judges concluded that federal laws only strip courts of jurisdiction to review lawful decisions by the Attorney General. Those judges also concluded that Abrego Garcia remained a detainee of the United States, just one who was being temporarily housed in El Salvador. In other words, the court said, the Trump admin had the power to return him on its own. Abrego Garcia entered the country illegally sometime around 2011, but an immigration judge in 2019, after reviewing evidence, withheld his removal. This is something that I got into an argument with a guy on Twitter on. His name's Artemis Fowl. He's a MAGA reply guy, and he frustrates the hell out of me, but he did find me beautiful Halo art, so I have to be friends with him. And he was saying that there was an order to remove him, whereas this is saying the opposite. So I need evidence that there was an order that confirmed he was MS-13 and ordered his removal. That meant that Abrego Garcia could not be deported to El Salvador. A gang in his native country, the immigration judge found, had been targeting him and threatening him with death because of his family's pupusa business. Solicitor General D. John Sauer, the Trump admin's newly confirmed top appellate attorney, claimed that Abrego Garcia is a ranking member. He's not just a foot soldier. He's a ranking member of the MS-13 gang. Let's see if he has any evidence. Because the Trump admin designated MS-13 as a foreign terrorist organization, Sauer argued the withholding from the immigration court was no longer enforceable. The admin alleges that Abrego Garcia was arrested in the company of other ranking gang members and that he was confirmed to be a member of the gang by a reliable source. But Abrego Garcia's lawyers have stressed that their client has no criminal charges in Maryland or anywhere else. Also, they have denied his involvement in MS-13. The evidence suggests that Abrego Garcia is a gainfully employed man who lives in a law-abiding and productive life, wrote U.S. Circuit Judge Stephanie Thacker, an Obama nominee. The government has made no effort to demonstrate that Abrego Garcia is in fact a member of any gang in the current case. Abrego Garcia was sent to the notorious prison in El Salvador on March 15th. So again, listen, I'm gonna editorialize a little bit. The Trump admin has again, like they have stated, he is a ranking member of MS-13. He's a lieutenant. He's a captain. He's involved. But here's the problem with what they're saying. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been in the United States since 2011. They have no criminal charges for him domestically in Maryland or any other parts of the United States. He's married. He has kids. He's been working a job. In the time that it was alleged that he was an MS-13 member, he was looking for day work hanging outside of a Home Depot. He was detained by law enforcement, and he was wearing a black Chicago Bulls hat, which was allegedly a dog whistle for MS-13. But I have several questions for you. Why is an MS-13 gang member looking for day labor outside of a Home Depot? Why doesn't he have any tattoos that the MS-13 gang is famous for? Why does he not have any criminal record for the past decade and a half? And why can't the United States of American government establish any other evidence for why this person is involved in gang activity? I have a feeling that if they caught him dealing drugs, if they caught him participating in shootings, if they caught him participating in stabbings, if they caught him having tattoos that showed he was affiliated with the gang, if they had social media posts of him glamorizing the gang, then they would produce that as part of their evidence, as a part of their case. But they keep asserting repeatedly over and over again that he is an MS-13 gang member without substantiating it. Very frustrating. I will change my tune the second the Trump admin shows any evidence that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a member of a gang. I will literally say, oh yeah, he's a member of MS-13. Okay, deport him. But if they do not present that evidence, I will not change my tune. End of that rant. Yeah, let's do it then. Fuck it. I think Destiny is saying 2. We can do it at 2 if you want. Yeah, let's do it then. Fuck it. Very cool. See you at 2. Very cool. See you at 2. All right. We'll be live with Destiny at 2, and I'll be interrogating his moral philosophy. Exciting times. We have to tread carefully, but we should be able to have an interesting conversation. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Evidence as Trump said so. Exactly. Chase says 100% same. All I want is due process to be respected. Yeah, exactly. If they think he's a gang member, prove it. They don't even have to prove it. They just have to give us additional information. I don't care. Arrow Lane says, even if he was a gang member, he's still entitled to due process. I agree. But, you know, like if he was an MS-13 gang member, then at least I would be like, okay, he's a member of a violent gang organization. He got tattoos. He was accused of being involved in several violent actions. He's been arrested credibly for dealing drugs several times. Yeah, sure. Send him. I don't care. But if he's just like a normie with a family, with a wife and kids, he hasn't been arrested in 15 years of living inside our country. He's a gainfully employed member of his community. And you sent him to the one detention center that was filled with people who would be interested in killing him. That's immoral. It's frankly evil. And you need to substantiate your case, or I'm going to assume that you're a lying piece of garbage. That's where I'm at. Destiny has morals. Yeah, of course. So Fearmonger, this is an interesting thing that's going to be a part of the conversation. Bad people have moral systems, right? So as an example, Genghis Khan had a moral system. His moral system was might makes right. I'm the strongest person in Mongolia. So I am going to get all of the Mongolian warriors together and we're going to conquer the entire world. We're going to kill the men. We're going to enslave the women and children. And we're going to make the female slaves our concubines. But the reason why we're doing that is because we're strong and might makes right. That is a moral system. He is saying that there's some things that are good. There are some things that are bad. So Genghis Khan, even though he's a rapist and a conqueror and a mass murderer of human beings, he has a moral system, right? So Airlane says no because immigration is civil, not criminal. I agree, but that's where you would need some evidence, right? God dang Mongolians. Can't break it down my shitty wall. The Mongolian episode of South Park is the first episode of South Park that I watched, and I watched it like 7 times, and I laughed so hard I had tears coming out of my eyes. Bear in mind, I was like 15 at the time. So that was like high art when I was 15. And then I literally consumed all of South Park from like seasons 2 to 14 on repeat for like 5 years because it was so good. Grassroots Hegemon says that Destiny has a nihilist hedonist moral system, but he says so more in a more vulgar way. Mr. Boombastic said Himmler also had a structured ethical system and he was the worst guy ever. Exactly. Even bad people have moral systems that they try to follow. Casey says Genghis Khan was probably the only Gooder on a similar level to Destiny. Listen, I'm not saying anybody in chat should do this, but I do think it would be funny if somebody did a AI or photoshopped version of Genghis Khan and Destiny mixed together and, you know, put, you know, FBs get money and then turn that into an internet meme. That would be hysterical. Oh, you were talking about Genghis Khan. All right, got it. My bad. Eric Dom says it's still high art. When I watched it first, I did not understand all the political references. True. It's a reference heavy TV show, so I don't know if it's going to age as well as I want it to, but I enjoyed it a lot as a young man. Yeah. Joda Boy says, if you ask Jesse Lee Peterson, he'd say Destiny ain't got no morals. Yeah, but that's because what he's really saying, because Jesse Lee Peterson doesn't understand what the word morality means, is he's saying that Destiny violates all of Jesse Lee Peterson's morals, right? He's saying he doesn't believe my moral system, right? Anyways, let us continue with the news. Ukraine's key allies meet without U.S. Secretary Pete Hegseth in the room. Let's take a look at this. Peace is out of reach for Ukraine due to Russian President Vladimir Putin's ongoing aggression, the defense ministers of the UK and Germany emphasized Friday after a meeting of Ukraine's key allies in Brussels. The Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting was co-hosted by the UK and Germany with a noticeable absence at the table. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who only attended virtually. Well, that's not that big of a deal. The group of roughly 50 nations, which was created by former U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin during the Biden admin, meets regularly to discuss bolstering military support for Ukraine. Given Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine, we must concede peace in Ukraine appears to be out of reach in the immediate future, German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said in a news conference immediately after the meeting. immediately after the meeting. That's an interesting turn of phrase. Speaking alongside the Ukrainian and British ministers, we will ensure that Ukraine continues to benefit from our joint military support. Russia needs to understand that Ukraine is able to go on fighting, and we will support it. Good. I don't think that the United States is playing 4D chess when it comes to supporting Ukraine. I think that we do have a bunch of morons at the top. However, if Europe is willing to step into the gap and actually financially and logistically support Ukraine, I would view this as in their back door and therefore a substantive amount of their responsibility. So all in all, like, does it suck that the United States is not taking its role as world hegemon seriously? Absolutely. But if Europeans are serious about stepping into the gap, I would view that as a positive development. Pretty boy Pete was too busy doing his hair. True. He is more of a Chad than he is like a he's more of a Chad than he is like a logistician or like an admin bro. And you probably want an admin bro. Like, you want a nerd at the top of the military hierarchy, but you know, having like a grunt style dude, having like a Chad PT boy isn't the worst thing in the world for security administrations. Jonah Boy says, I used to think that too, Christian Valeris, but I think that at this point he's actually R-worded, like legit 60 IQ. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson is not particularly intelligent, if that's who you're talking about. Now, I just want to touch on this briefly. A helicopter crash left a Siemens executive, his family, and their pilot dead. Here's what we know. Now, I don't care, right? A sightseeing helicopter plunged into the Hudson River on Thursday, turning a family outing above Manhattan's misty skyline into a tragedy. So this sucks. I'm not saying this doesn't suck, but the way that I view helicopters is I legitimately see them as motorcycles in the sky. The reason why, let's take a look. Why not? Why don't we do hard flying motorcycle footage? Helicopter. Hardcore helicopter flight footage. So the reason why Red Bull, let's put the volume down. So helicopters are dope, right? I'm not saying they're not dope. They obviously are. But the helicopters are effectively a metal cabin with two areas of extreme physical stress. The rotor and the engine compartment right here. Then I think that there's a arm that goes into the rear, and then the rear blade. And the rear blade, if I understand it correctly, gives you like lateral energy where you can spin one way or the other based off of the way that you control the blade and control your fins. And then also the vertical. But what happens with helicopters is this is so physically stressful for an airframe to have an engine in the center of the aircraft that is constantly running, and then also and vibrating the fuselage, and then also having the rear thing doing the same, that it stresses the metal out. And so as a result, you basically have to, this is my understanding of helicopters, you have to rebuild helicopters constantly. You have to swap out their parts constantly because of metal wear and tear. And so when you have helicopters that are run by private corporations, they're going to have a maintenance schedule, and the maintenance schedule is probably going to be okay, but there are going to be pilots and mechanical crews, and there are going to be private corporations who lease out and rent out helicopters, and they're going to push out the maintenance of helicopters the furthest they possibly can. And so a mechanical failure is, in my opinion and in my experience, infinitely more likely in a helicopter than it is on like a regular plane. And so what I would advise is like, hey, listen, helicopters are sweet. If you know the mechanic, if you know the pilot, if they do a good job maintaining their stuff, if they assure you that everything's good, if it's an adventure for you, then go ahead, have fun. Life's too short to be worried about dying all the time. But if it's sketchy, if you're in a third world country, if it's a company with a bad reputation, all that kind of stuff, then I would not recommend being in a helicopter. Because again, in my opinion, it's legitimately like being in a motorcycle in the sky. It can be very fun. It can also kill you almost instantly in horrific ways. think about this. So we have the Siemens executive and his family who got smoked. You have, who's that other famous guy? You have Kobe Bryant and his family that got smoked. And then also in the war on terror, there were times where the insurgents were fighting us and they were shooting at us with guns and mortars and rockets and IEDs. But the fatalities that month were higher because of helicopter crashes than because of enemy fire. That was like normal in the war on terror for people to die more by helicopter crashes and vehicle rollovers than for actual enemy combatants to kill us. So, yeah. Anyways, just wanted to share that real quick. Then this is the far-right extremist with a retribution list. Far-right extremist Ivan Raikin spreads the false claim that the January 6th Capitol attack was a setup, and he's keeping a retribution list that includes Representative Nancy Pelosi. So I want to see this schizo talk about January 6th because, honestly, man, MAGA needs to pick a lane, right? Either the 2020 election was stolen, and therefore rebellion was logical, or it was an operation by the deep state in order to trap patriotic Americans that Trump played into and got them arrested. But it cannot be those things simultaneously, right? It can't be a deep state operation and lie about the outcome of the 2020 election. And also it was a justified case for rebellion. And on top of that, it was entrapment. It's crazy pants. Christian Blair says the deadliest Navy SEAL incident was Extortion 17, Chinook shot down by an RPG. Right. They lost like 30 dudes almost instantaneously. It was kind of bananas. So anyways, let's check out the far right extremists with a retribution list.
Are taxes still on your to-do list? Get them done for you. We'll match you.
Apaches are awesome. I'm not saying helicopters aren't cool. Helicopters are mad cool.
Tax expert for your needs. Our experts have an average of 12 years of experience. Connect with them in real time, and they can finish as soon as today. Ask any question, even on nights and weekends during tax season. Your expert is backed by a team of experts, and they'll only sign once it's 100% accurate. Get your taxes done for you from start to finish with TurboTax Full Service.
Impeachment hoax, 2020 election. So this is your enemy list.
This is the deep state target list, just a portion of it. Some of the high value targets, if you will.
Who's target number one?
I'd probably say Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
Yep.
Ivan Raiklin is a far-right extremist.
Yeah! Just hit the deep state, right in the heart.
So who do you think was ultimately responsible for the attack on the Capitol?
So I would say probably me. I'm the one.
President Trump retweeted a memo from an individual named Ivan Raiklin entitled Operation Pence Card that called on the vice president to refuse the Electoral College votes from certain states that had certified Joe Biden as the winner.
So my legal strategy forced Nancy Pelosi to conduct the deliberate breach and facilitate the deliberate, incited entrapment of January 6th. That is why I'm responsible. Exposing the Nancy Pelosi Fedsurrection of January 6th.
He promotes the conspiracy theory that January 6th was a setup.
Some people call it an entrapment, a Fedsurrection, a parliamentary coup.
Your shirt, it has a list of names of the Retribution Tour.
And he's got a retribution list.
The Biden laptop cover-up, the COVID-19 pandemic.
For those he believes have wronged President Trump and the American people.
Jim Clapper, right? Mike Hayden, Brian Kemp, Brad Raffensperger. The list goes on and on.
I prefer the term retribution.
Liz Cheney, we're coming for you. Adam Kinzinger, we're coming for you.
You mentioned Pelosi. What do you think she would be charged with in this scenario?
I mean, it's a simple statute. This is treason. Yeah, absolutely. And I would like to see at the end of the due process, lawful capital punishment.
Will you be disappointed if in 12 months from now somebody hasn't been executed for treason?
I think the nation will be furious.
He says even I could be a target.
I'm not sure yet if you are or are not on the deep state target list because I haven't consumed all of the information that you've put forth to determine what your status should be.
But we've been hanging out
as we
last-
ruin you,
As you what?
just like you ruined us. An eye for an eye. Look up Leviticus as a Christian man. You never responded to me. Where are your loyalties? Are they to Ireland? Are they to the United States of America? Or are they to the Criminal News Network? Are you nominating yourself to be on the deep state target list?
Do you think I should be?
Well, you're not answering any questions that will automatically make me not even want to investigate you.
Yeah.
Should I be investigating you?
Who do you think you should be investigating?
I'm waiting.
All right. Well, thanks for your time, Ivan. We appreciate you. Yeah, we're done.
Yo, that's some prime schizo content right there. All right, let's just review it a little bit. So Trump retweeted this schizophrenic, and this is actually like my legitimate frustration with the Trump admin is if Obama or I'm trying to think of another person, if Biden had been like retweeting actual schizophrenics from Truth Social who were talking about the Fedsurrection and how it was entrapment and how we needed to like kill the deep state. We need to shoot the deep state in the heart, saying Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, we're coming for you. Dude, I'm just going to be real. All right. If you say that stuff about me, I'm just going to be real. Like I keep that thing on me. Okay. I keep that thing on me. All right. So basically you're shooting a 308 with a can, and a scope, at 200 yards in the backwoods of Florida or whatever. Like I can practice that too, right? And so, it's schizo, assassination, stochastic terrorism, bullshit, excuse my French. And then also accusing these people of treason when, in my opinion, Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney have repeatedly affirmed that their loyalty stands with the United States of America and the Constitution of the United States and not to the cult of personality that Trump has carried with him. Then yeah, fudge this guy is the best way that I can phrase it. And he says that if in 12 months there isn't lawful capital punishment of the traitors to the United States of America, the nation is going to be furious. This is just cope. This is just straight cope. Yeah, we'll be seeing him on Joe Rogan. Yeah, probably soon. I'm joking. I know Joe Rogan wouldn't bring the schizo on, but Joe Rogan has brought on more charismatic schizos onto his program. And then we'll ruin you just like you ruined us. Look up Leviticus, man. Oh, so he's going Old Testament, not New Testament. Amazing. So he's a biblical illiterate as well. Where are your loyalties? To Ireland, the United States, or the Criminal News Network? Should I be investigating? Honestly, like this is the kind of stuff that legitimately these people like schizo post about going to jail and stuff. And then the second that they get pepper sprayed, they get their ass kicked and they get thrown into prison or jail for going too crazy with it. They start, I'm just gonna be real. They start like crying, they start pissing, they start whining, they start moaning, they start talking about civil rights and due process and this, that, the other. Meanwhile, they've been talking for years about how it's not a problem for them to effectively extrajudicially execute their political enemies. Now, he's LARPing and saying that it's all going to be judicial, but let's be real. There's a reason why he's playing with a bolt-action rifle in the woods saying that he shot the deep state through the heart. And what he's realistically saying is that if the quote-unquote deep state goes too far, then he's going to start literally hunting people down with a bolt-action rifle. So, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, right? Yeah, it's the same energy as a sovereign citizen. Even if he isn't a sovereign citizen, he's a Trump sycophant. He's a Trump cultist, right? So yeah, that's total schizo posting, total insanity. And then, do you guys want to see something that it reminded me of real quick? I want to show you guys this. There was the crying Nazi. I think his name is Chris something, but he went to the 2016 Charlottesville rally and he's talking all this smack about how he's got guns, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. If you try to kill us, we're going to kill you, blah, 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 blah. And then he gets done with 2016, or he gets done with the Charlottesville rally and he gets pepper sprayed. And then he knows that he has a warrant out for his arrest. And despite 24 hours doing an interview where he's talking about like, yeah, we're coming for the Jews. We're going to get them. You know, you can't come for us. You can't compete with us. This is a white man's world. I got a rifle. I got a pistol. I got this. I got that. And then here he is 24 hours later, after he got pepper sprayed by law enforcement, after he got the shit kicked out of him by like Antifa, counter protesters, and after he was talking all this game about how he's ready for race war and this, that, the other. And then here's him, crying into the camera because he got the shit kicked out of him and he got pepper sprayed. And it's like, dude, I'm not going to lie. There probably are some hard Nazis out there. There's probably some like hard dissident right-wing people out there, right? But I'm just saying that some of the people who have a lot of bark, some of them are the softest dudes on the planet. And the second they reap any of the consequences that they've been talking about for like months and years about how they're going to inflict these consequences on other human beings, the second that they get hit with consequences is the second they fall apart like wet tissue paper. And so I want to say that to be encouraging to the audience. Okay. I want to say that so you can feel like, some of these people are very soft and fall apart the second you push it back. They are, but they're quite and mostly involved with Adam Waffen. Yeah. So, I mean, there's probably hard militia dudes in the Pacific Northwest. There's probably hard militia dudes in Wisconsin. I'm not going to lie. There's probably some like actual, white nationalist assassins and murderers who are out there who have done some heinous stuff and who won't fall apart under law enforcement pressure. But those guys are probably way quieter than the social media figures that we've just seen, that schizo Trump guy and Chris Cantwell, the crying Nazi. Sean Kaplan says, was there ever a fork in the road in life where you could have gone down the far right rabbit hole? Yeah, well, let's talk about that, actually. And then Big in Gaming says, I hate that man. Made me feel for Donnie. I love Hassan Piker O'Sullivan being threatened. All right, so let's talk about this real quick. So what happened to me was I was enlightenment, like alt-light. And so I don't know if you guys remember it. It was a very cringe time in internet history, but it was around 2016. And there was a lot of propaganda on the internet saying like mass migration is going to hurt us all. These Muslims are coming to do all these terrorist attacks. The left is, sleepwalking us into Armageddon. Our streets are going to be overrun with jihadist terrorism. The cartels are killing us with drugs and this, that, the other. And so there was this entire propaganda movement to get effectively young right-wing men jazzed up for what's effectively a culture war and maybe eventually a physical war between, Western values and then the invading hordes. And there was this film of North African migrants who were running in between trucks, and they were all military age males. Of course, they use that term because they want you to think about an invasion. And so it's all military age males, and they're playing this like doomer music where it's just like, da-na-na, Europe is doomed, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. And what ended up happening was I was watching that video and I was like, okay, I think I'm ready. Like I'm literally ready to go fight for Western Europe, for America, for Western values, for all that kind of stuff. I'm ready to go. What's next? And then I realized that these people don't have a what's next except for terrorism, right? They literally don't have a what's next except for hoping that one of their audience members is so schizophrenic that they walk into, as an example, the New Zealand shooting. I forget what it's called. They're trying to get schizophrenics to get so revved up that eventually they go try to assassinate politicians or they go massacre Muslim civilians. And I was like, hold on. I was thinking to myself, I was like, hold on. I'm ready to fight for the West. I'm ready to fight for Western Europe. I'm ready to fight for America. But massacring civilians is not something that I'm interested in. Killing politicians is not something that I'm interested in. So what are these people actually pushing me to do? Right? And so then I kind of realized, I was like, hold on. What if we turn off the music? This was another thing where I realized like how powerful propaganda was. And so I muted the music that was over, like the nefarious music that was over like all these young men running across the highway. Then I was like, what's really going on here? And by the way, this entire revelation was like less than 10 minutes. And I was like, these are young men who are fleeing economically impoverished, war-torn societies, and terrorist attacks are real. I'm not saying there's not jihadist terrorism attacks. I do care about jihadism. But these people are coming to Western European nations in order to make money that they can send back home. So this isn't the doom of Europe. It's a problem. It's a problem that needs to be solved with, like, I don't know, intelligent foreign policy, intelligent immigration, intelligent governments. And so therefore, like I don't know, I think they call it like the scales. Like the scales were lifted from my eyes. And I was just like, oh, these people are all dipshit morons trying to get schizophrenics to commit terrorist attacks. And I'm not a terrorist. And then on top of that, they have no actual solutions. They just want to bitch about it for endless amounts of time. And so as a result, I was just like, fuck all these people. They have no idea what they're talking about. And so sorry for the profanity, Ken and my mother. But that's where I was like, you know what? I'm not going to listen to these guys anymore because they're obviously schizophrenics, capitalizing on the anxiety and fear of young men in the Western world, when realistically, when I walk outside, there's no Hispanic or Muslim hordes. There's no like rapes and murders. There's Mexicans working their asses off. And then there's Muslims who, let's face it, 99% of them are trying to integrate. So that's kind of where I was like, you know what? Fuck these people. Fuck the dissident right. Fuck the far right. Fuck the alt-right. Sorry for all the profanity, Mom and Ken. But these people actually are the worst. And they are trying to encourage young men to be black-pilled about the world. They're trying to make them think that the world is worse than it is. And they're trying to effectively get them so doomer-pilled that eventually they lash out with violence. So, I'm fuck all those guys, basically. But let me engage with chat real quick before we continue moving through the stories. We kind of have to balance it out because we're already at 108, and I think we're talking to Destiny at 2. And so we have like enough that we need to do the news and maybe do a short segment. But, you know, no offense, but I'm going to pad it out a little bit by talking to you guys. So... nothing worse than a cry bully, says Jonah Boy. I agree. Christian Blair says, against attempted mass shootings and attacks against electrical grids. Right. Yeah. They want you to LARP and then they want you to become a domestic terrorist. It's actually messed up. Jack-o'-lantern said, most of the real hard Nazis are 1%ers. Yep. Although I would say that 1%ers are, if you mean 1%ers as in they run militias, I'll agree that hardcore Nazis are in the 1%er stuff. However, the 1%ers group, in my opinion, is more libertarian, more constitutionalist, more civic nationalist, especially on the East Coast. I think the Pacific Northwest actually has a really high group of, or a high amount of Nazi militias. Then the West has fallen, Peepo cries. Exactly. And it's like, dude, the West only falls if we stop fighting for it as a civilization. If we stop having kids, if we stop fighting for our communities, if we stop paying our taxes, if we stop going to work, if we stop paying our bills, that's when the West falls. The West falls when you demoralize young men so much that you think it's over, when in fact, everything is like, there's problems, but it's okay, right? Christchurch. Thank you, Christian Blair. That was what I was trying to think of. Well, QC John says, I used to call myself alt-right when it was first a thing, thinking it was a new libertarian, conservatarian right, until it went off the rails, and I'm noped out of that. Exactly. And I would say 2016 was when I noped out of it, because what was happening before was the alt-right started as Gavin McInnes, Milo Yiannopoulos, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin, and the phrase was literally the alternative right. Like the new right, so to speak. The old right was the fogey Republicans who didn't understand all the problems of modern society, right? And so the new right, the alternative right, was supposed to be where all the dissident, internet-brained people were supposed to go. But then what happened is Richard Spencer, in my opinion, he hijacked that term and he made it exclusively about ethno-nationalism. And then all the people who were in what I would call, if you use it as an umbrella term, the dissident right, all the people who didn't agree with the mainstream Republicans, but they still identified as right-wing. Richard Spencer hijacked that term, held the Charlottesville rally, and then there was that car that drove into the crowd, like injuring a dozen people and killing one young woman. And then that effectively fractured the right, the alt-right, where the alt-right was used exclusively for like neo-Nazis, ethno-nationalists, ethno-supremacists, etc. And then all of the people in the dissident right, they all broke off into their own respective factions. So believe it or not, 2016, I do feel bad that young lady got killed, but believe it or not, that was like a wake-up call for the alternative media right wing to realize that they were effectively sweeping for and fellow travelers with actual neo-Nazis who did want to kill people. So that was a big moment in internet history. Bis D says, apparently Douglas Murray and Dave Smith had a big debate on Rogan. If you need something to watch. Yeah. Actually, believe it or not, that's in the title for a reason. We'll probably watch it when we're done speaking with Destiny, or we'll watch a little bit of it before we get started. Jonah Boy says there are leftist creators that go for the same thing. I agree. The reason why I think I hate Hassan Piker and Noah Samson so much is because I literally think they're doing the same thing that the far right did. I'm going to be mean. I'm sorry to the left wing people in chat, but I think the left wing is less... I can say this without being insulting. They're less prone to terrorism, I would say. And so as a result, you can call them wussies. That's where I was going to go originally. But I think most of the left is too scared to commit a domestic terror attack. Christian Blair says, had a cousin that was legit planning on traveling to Cologne after the rape assaults in 2015 to 2016. Dude was propagandized by artards like Dimfool unironically. Yeah, dude, I was ready. I was ready to go get my plane tickets. I was ready to be a community watch member in Europe. And then I was like, wait, the French don't want me. The Germans don't want me. The UK doesn't want me. They don't want an American to show up in the middle of a European city and just stand there waiting for crime to happen and then call law enforcement. That would be annoying as hell. No one's paying for that. No one, the sexual assaults and the rapes and the terrorist attacks, those are so rare that they get, they basically they get immediately reported to law enforcement, and then law enforcement actually does respond because it's so serious. But 99% of the time, even in war, nothing is happening. Yeah. Casey says they just want to please themselves to the idea of revolution, just like the lefties. Yeah, literally. Christian Blair says, I grew up scrapping with neo-Nazis in Arizona and quasi-Mexican bangers, and I was told by cons that Antifa were the real threat. Yeah. Of course. Casey says, and inceldom is a huge part of it. Yeah, not surprised. Sean says, thanks for sharing. The gang stuff in, grapes in the EU almost sent me off the deep end. Was the full hyper cringe Ayn Rand libertarian? Yeah, same. We should make you Valor branded swear jar. We should. One percenters as in the motorcycle club. Okay, gotcha. Most motorcycle clubs, for those of you who don't know, if this is my understanding, most motorcycle clubs are literally just motorcycle clubs. It's a few dudes who wear a leather jacket and ride around with each other. But the one percenters are the actual outlaw bike gangs. And since they're actual outlaws, they commit crimes in order to fund the club. Most hardcore neo-Nazis are in prison, Aryan Brotherhood types, which are just drug traffickers and hitmen. Exactly. Right. And so who wants to be actual friends with drug trafficking hitmen with Nazi tattoos? Pass. They degrade and screw up society as much as anybody else. Eric Dom says, do you remember the channel? If you don't want to promote it, I understand. It's just interesting to me. It wasn't a specific channel. There were a lot of channels that was doing content like that, but the one that was famous for being an actual Nazi channel before they got banned was Red Ice TV. They had a huge impact. Red Ice TV had a huge impact before they got banned. Mr. Bombastic says, I'm an ex-Hassan watcher. I'm sorry, buddy. Doom Spiral says, is Trump really doing do bad, though? We just had the largest increase in the markets in 20 plus years. He's creating the greatest economy has ever seen again. Okay. Doom Spiral, I'm going to share this with you, okay? This is a secret. It's just between you and me. Ignore all the other people in chat. So if you wipe out $5 trillion from the international market, and then you say, hold on, guys, I was just joking. I'm not going to do the thing that I said I was going to do for another 90 days. And then the market spits back up to where it was 48 hours ago. That's not genius. That's stupidity. And that is the nicest way that I can put that. So no, Trump didn't have the best day in market history in 20 plus years. He wiped out $4 trillion, $5 trillion of market value. And then he said, lol, just kidding, guys. And then the market went, oh, okay, we have 90 days to make money before your stupidity kicks in. That's not a good thing. I don't know why I have to explain that, but that's not a good thing. NYC Falcon says, I've always known that it's just a tiny percent of the population, so glad you're confirming it. Agreed. SSRI gun meme. Don't know what that's relevant to, but it feels like something that I need. Eric Dom says, this video of Steve Bannon might be interesting as well. It was certainly rage-inducing for me. Cool. John says, wow, I'm not a wuss, and Hassan and the other guys stink. True. Our economy is doing so well, it might be hitting peak GDP soon. You mean it's going to hit the value that it was going to hit before Trump started touching the market? Thanks, Doom Spiral. You're doing great. You should become an economics and analyst. You're amazing. Song of the day: Fight for Liberation by Patrick Sly, apparently. Ved Sunil, good to see you. You should check out William Costello on Chris Williamson's podcast. Maybe. Link it to me in DMs. Most 1% clubs are racist, but they aren't carrying out terrorist attacks. Lol, they're too busy selling meth and firearms. Exactly. Hell's Angels, Mongols are 1%. Exactly. NYC Falcon says, give us the gems. Indeed. Hooligan985 says, what's funny is the biggest percentage of registered businesses in the U.S., the Hell's Angels Banditos from 15 to 20. I want to be a prospect so bad. Jeez. Big in Gaming says, seeing some clips from Dave Smith and Douglas Murray is hilarious because Dave Smith and Joe Rogan show how little they actually know. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be good content. Hill Williams says, look up the largest positive market moves through history and look where the dates are. 1930s, 1987, 2000, 2008, 2020. Yeah, it's literally when the market crashes, they're like taking credit for the bounce back from a crash. It's crazy pants. Tank 10%, recovered 9. Big brain. That's exactly how I feel right now. Intuitive Jackal says, the Doom Spiral guy is either a MAGA fanatic or a troll. Don't waste your time. The peak GDP thing was a joke, as in it won't go higher. Yeah, I don't know if you're messing with me, but it's okay. All right. Anyways, let's finish up the news. We still got, 30 minutes or so until we're live with Mr. Destiny in order to talk about his moral system. I am excited about it. Just a quick shill. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. We are live on the Valor Media Network channel, which is a channel that's trying to create content that is separate from the red pill, that is separate from your traditional alternative media types who are trying to encourage young men to be doomer about society or to be anti-woman or anti-gay or anti-this or anti-that. We're actually trying to create stuff that's actually fun. Believe it or not. I just like news and politics, and that's fun to me. So if you do enjoy the channel, please remember to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live and they can drop by and say hello as they get through their workday and get through their beautiful Friday. And then also, of course, if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, we did have a great day yesterday as far as donations go. Obviously I don't expect, if you donate a whole bunch of money like on Tuesday, I don't expect you to donate a whole bunch of money on Thursday or Friday, right? Thank you. Thank you for the donations you've already given. However, if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, if you do want to contribute to the stream, if you do want to help out, super chats and monetization should be live. So you can probably become a YouTube member and or give us a donation. So never required, always appreciated. Woo! My big in gaming. We'll go back into news in a second. My favorite comment was Dave Smith saying we should have tried something besides war with Hitler. Yes, Dave, that was what we did prior to the invasion of Poland. Yeah, that is a very dumb comment. I'm looking forward to watching it live, obviously. All right, let's move you guys to the side. Oh, Christian Valeris, thank you, buddy. Too late, Ninja. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. You are my other stalwart hero. You are my other. Grassroots Hegemon is obviously my oiler. He's obviously a very nice guy who is very kind with the money. Christian Valeris is he's my bulwark. He's my foundation. Okay. All right. A little bit of water. I'm just going to read the headlines, to be honest, and then maybe we'll watch like a segment. RFK Jr. claims new research efforts will find cause of autism epidemic by September. The way that I would argue with this guy is I would say that in the 70s and 80s when he was growing up, he'll say that literally. He'll be like, when I was growing up, there was nobody with autism. And it's like, yeah, that's because you basically beat the dumb people. Like you beat the people with disabilities and you put them into public hospitals and then you just let them get abused by staff. That's what was common in the 70s and 80s. Whereas now we actually try to diagnose their like mental issues and then also like keep them in society and medicate them. So that's all I really have to say. It's not that it's not possible. It's possible. But in medicine and in reality, you have to pick the least bad options of everything, right? So as an example, if we have the measles, hepatitis vaccines, all the things that kids take when they're young, and then you've eliminated 99% of like all these horrible diseases, and then you increase autism by, I don't know, 5%, 10%, something like that, then that's a good trade-off. Whereas, of course, if you're manifesting autism at 1,000% and then you're not preventing the disease, then realistically that might not be worth a trade-off. But rather than he's starting with the solution and then working backwards for the evidence. Whereas as far as I understand, good science is you just start with the evidence and then you extrapolate whatever is true. So that's the criticism of RFK Jr. is he already believes that there's an autism epidemic caused by vaccines rather than just looking at the evidence. Ooh, Republicans may be poised to kill tens of thousands of jobs in districts that voted Trump. This is just true. We kicked out all our Mexicans. We kicked out all our construction workers. They're back home right now. So they're in Mexico, they're in Central America, or they're hiding. So they're not working. And so as a result, a bunch of construction sites, including in Central Florida, where I live, are literally just sitting there with like 3 workers. So they've effectively annihilated large swaths of the construction industry and large swaths of the agricultural industry. And I don't think that they're prepared for the economic fallout that's going to happen in the next 6 months. So again, I'm not going to dig into it too much, but there we go. Casey from, I still don't know. Casey J from LI. I don't know what state LI is, but says, love you, bro. Proud of the good work you do and have done for those we cherish. We post and vote in glory. A nice Lamenters chapter from the Space Marines. Thank you. I do love that. Case Ogo says Hassan is not alt-left. He is far radical left. I mean, I agree. Christian Blair says, Bud unironically says, while having a sister that was lobotomized in the 50s. Exactly. Grassroots hegemon, manifest autism is actually what I call my foreign policy prescriptions. Thank you, Grassroots hegemon. You are too kind. You do not have to donate all the time. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you kindly. Please do not bankrupt yourself on my account, but it helps. So thank you kindly. All right. Now, this one is a story I'm totally unfamiliar with, so I actually do want to dig into a few paragraphs of it. So musician says she was left shocked by bizarre emails from acting Kennedy Center director Richard Grinnell. A heated email exchange between Richard Grinnell, the interim head of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, and one of its artists left the musician shocked by what she called a bizarre interaction. Grinnell seemed aggressively upset during the exchange on Tuesday, musician Yasmin Williams told CNN in an interview. She had initially emailed Grinnell, who is also currently serving as President Donald Trump's envoy for special missions, about concerns she's heard from other musicians and former patrons about the center's moves to roll back diversity, equity, and inclusion, cancel certain shows, and eliminate board members. I was shocked at first, if anything, because honestly, I thought it was fake. I thought it was like ChatGPT. He's not responding like I assumed the executive director, interim or not, of the Kennedy Center would respond to an email. It's just bizarre. The musician questioned Grinnell about recent changes, writing over email. Does the president actually care about artists canceling shows at the Kennedy Center? What, if anything, has changed about the Kennedy Center regarding hiring practices, performance booking, and staffing? Grinnell, a longtime Trump confidant already serving in multiple administration positions who Trump named to be director in February, said in response in the email, let me ask you this question. Would you play for Republicans or would you boycott if Republicans came to your show? He's molding. There we go. That's the story. The story is, instead of being a person who's in charge of an institution that he feels some love or affection for or caring about, he's a Trump sycophant who molds when a progressive or liberal artist asks him what is actually changing with Trump admin policy. All right, we got it. We got it, guys. We understand. Long Island, baby. Okay, cool. Space Marine 2 update on Tuesday. Based. U.S. removes commander in Greenland following Vance's controversial visit. I want to see if we can check out what she said. But effectively what she said was like, hey, Vance said some schizophrenic things about Denmark and Greenland while he was here. So as a result, we're just going to keep doing our jobs and don't worry about it. And as a result, she was removed from command. And what I would just say in reference to this story of her being like, wow, Vance said some schizo stuff. We're just going to keep doing our jobs, guys. Don't worry about it. If that's enough, if the admin is so sensitive that they need to remove her from command, she did the right thing. Okay. And I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Now, obviously, when you're in the military, you're not supposed to be critical or skeptical of your chain of command. And the vice president and the president of the United States are, of course, in the chain of command. So I'm not like surprised that being skeptical or being critical or being like, hey, guys, that's kind of retarded. I'm not surprised that that got her removed. However, I think she did the right thing, right? So hold on. Let's take a look at the story and see if we can get her exact comment. The U.S. announced its removal of the Pituffik space base in Greenland on Thursday because of a loss of confidence in her ability to lead. Vice President J.D. Vance's controversial visit to the semi-autonomous island last month. According to actions to undermine the chain of command or to subvert President Trump's agenda will not be tolerated in the DoD. Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell wrote in a statement on X on Thursday announcing her removal. Following Vance's visit to the island in late March, military.com reported that Myers sent out an email to the space base pushing back on the vice president's actions and comments during the trip. Parnell included a link to the military.com story in his X post. All right, so let's take a look at that, right? Sean Parnell, here it is. Let's read the story and see what she actually said. Where are you? Where are you? I guess we got to take the time and actually read it, okay? Just days after Vice President J.D. Vance's March visit to the space base, Colonel Susan Myers, the commander of the 821st Space Base Group, who also oversees the Pentagon's northernmost military base, sent a March 31st message to all personnel at Pituffik, seemingly aimed at generating unity among the airmen and guardians, as well as the Canadians, Danes, and Greenlanders who work there. Following Vance's appearance, she wrote that she spent the weekend thinking about Friday's visit, the actions taken, the words spoken, and how it must have affected you. I do not presume to understand current politics, but what I do know is the concerns of the U.S. administration discussed by Vice President Vance on Friday are not reflective of Pituffik Space Base, Myers wrote in the email, which was communicated to military.com. All right. That's undermining the chain of command. I'm not surprised she got fired, but if she feels that way, then it's better to do the right thing and lose your job than it is to do the wrong thing and keep it, at least in my opinion. That's pretty mild, though. That's pretty mild criticism, I'm going to say. How about liberals do what right-wing influencers did to plays that were critical of Trump? Yeah. What, where they show up and they like boo it and they have like heads of, or yeah, they boo plays that have like Trump violence in it. Only one Twitter tab open. How is this real research? Eric Dom, thank you. It's so true. Like the main thing, isn't that what Hassan gets accused of? He literally just reads Twitter headlines and then he's like, wow. And then he does rants off of Twitter headlines without even reading any of the articles or any of the underlying information. That's pretty funny. Like I kind of do that, right? Like I'm just bringing you the headlines on occasion and I'm just saying what I think based off of the headline instead of reading the actual article. I do think that's cheating, but I do think that's funny that you called that out, that he he's just a headline reader. He's a Twitter headline reader, right? All right. So this, again, I'm not going to read the paragraphs because I'm just going to give you my take real quick. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene bought stocks hit hard by Trump tariffs during the market meltdown. In my opinion, this is insider trading. Congressmen should be forced to put their assets into a blind trust, and that trust should be valued in the entire market. You can make it like moderate, intermediate, and aggressive on the market, but I think that them being individually invested in stocks that they might have inside information are going to bounce back. I think that this is corruption by any other name, and we should outlaw the practice. There's my take. Ooh. Senate confirms Trump nominee Kaine for chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff's overnight vote. Cool. We'll keep an eyeball on it. That's because they fired the other Joint Chief of Staff because he was allegedly a DEI pick, even though he wasn't. Now that they passed a budget plan, the hard part begins for Republicans. This is just saying that they actually do have a budget that has tax cuts no income tax on tips, and which is supposed to be popular, but then also it has spending cuts on Medicaid. And I think there might even, I don't know if they got Medicare in there, but the point is the possibility of this actually passing is going to be a hard fight. That's the story. Social Security lists thousands of people, thousands of living immigrants as dead to prompt them to leave, AP sources claim. This is just them, harassing people who might be entitled to it. But let's take a look at it real quick. The Trump admin has moved to classify more than 6,000 living immigrants as dead, canceling their Social Security numbers and effectively wiping out of their ability to work or receive benefits in an effort to get them to leave the country. The move will make it much harder for those affected to use banks or other basic services where Social Security numbers are required. It's part of a broader effort by President Trump to crack down on immigrants who are allowed to enter and remain temporarily in the United States under programs instituted by his predecessor, Joe Biden. The Trump admin is moving the immigrants' names and legally obtained Social Security numbers to a database that federal officials normally use to track the deceased, according to the people familiar with the story. So I'm assuming that these are like DACA recipients. And also we gave like legal status to Cubans. And I think we also provided some legal status to Haitians. So I wouldn't be surprised if it affected those people where we had like a humanitarian disaster, but we wanted to naturalize these people. And then I wouldn't be surprised if it was DACA people too as well. But just know that the Trump admin is dicks. They're dicks. And I think that's going to wrap up the news segment just because, I feel like I'm running out of enthusiasm for it. But this is an interesting quote from Nixon. And I think it's something that the current administration should listen to. This is something that I bumped into on on YouTube this morning. And I did think that it speaks to the way that Americans perceived Russia during the Cold War, and that the Trump administration's behavior towards Russia now is incredibly naive. So take a look at this with me.
Didn't you have a Nixon version of the Golden Rule for dealing with the Russians?
Oh, yes. I had a very interesting conversation in the first state dinner that we had for Golda Meir. She was very concerned about what she thought was the soft-headed views of some Europeans who were slobbering over it, as she put it, the idea of détente. And she just wanted to be sure that we weren't taken in by the Russians because she grew up in Russia, and she remembered that the Russian drunken policeman used to come by every Saturday night and beat her father up because he happened to be a Jew. And so she had strong emotional feelings against them, but also she didn't trust them generally. And then, in order to reassure her a bit, I said, well, let me give you a definition of détente that is a little different. I said, there is the golden rule of the Bible, do unto others as they do unto you. I said, that isn't the way you deal with the Russians. The international golden rule, and particularly one that must apply whenever you're dealing with an adversary like the Russians, is do unto others as they do unto you. She started to nod, and Henry Kissinger said, plus 10%.
Didn't you have a...
I actually think that's pretty dope. And I think that's a sweet inversion of like Christian morality, which is something that is... Nixon is going to be remembered with fond memories compared to Trump. John, like Reagan is getting rehabilitated. Obviously he was a hero of the Republican Party for a long time, but he was hated outside of the Republican Party. George Bush has gotten rehabilitated. Nixon has gotten rehabilitated because while everybody presumed that Nixon and Reagan and George W. Bush were incarnations of Satan, they, comparing to Trump, they're actually like very moderate. They're like very mild. Now, the reason why I like that so much is because it's an inversion of the Christian morality that I think a lot of us, kind of all grew up with, the golden rule, do unto others as you would like to be treated, right? Or treat others the way that you would like to be treated. And then I think that speaks to the naivete that we're approaching Russia with right now, where Trump and his friends and his sycophants are assuming that they have a friendly relationship with Russia, and therefore Russia will do what they want them to do. But that's not what, Russians understand, apparently, at least in the 1970s and 80s. What Nixon understands it to be is that Russians will only understand you interacting with them as long as you're reciprocal in the good, but also reciprocal in the negative. And so I do like that inversion. Speaking of which, I think that's actually something that I'm going to ask Destiny about. Literally, I'm going to write that down as like a question. Where is it? Here we go. Turn the other cheek is one of the things that I wrote down. Let me put it down. So, golden rule, or do unto others as they do to you, eye for an eye. I know that's already in here somewhere. Yeah, it's down here. It's down here. But I'll just leave that in there as a note so we can get to it. So what we'll do, just to make sure that we're actually having fun before we move on to the Destiny segment, we are currently at 137. So we're still at the very beginning of the, excuse me, we're still at the very beginning of the stream, so to speak, and at the very beginning of the Joe Rogan segment. But I can clip it up, right? We can watch like 20 minutes together of them getting warmed up and, you know, maybe some preliminary Douglas Murray dunking. And then we can pause. We can talk to Destiny for as long as it feels relevant. And then we can come back to it and I can just edit it. So no problem. So let's go ahead and get it cracking. And I'll do an intro. And then just in 15 minutes or so, we'll stop and we'll talk to Steven if he's still down for that conversation. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am live on several channels. Counterpoints 40K is my Warhammer channel. Counterpoints is my politics channel. And then I'm also live on the Valor Media Network, where many people, beautiful souls in chat, are hanging out with me right now. And the goal of Valor Media Network is to create a better space for young men to come in order to talk about current events, news, sports, video gaming, politics, all that kind of stuff. And I like to talk about the alternative media, and I like to talk about politics. One of the things that's happened in recent days, I think it was literally yesterday, was that the British public intellectual Douglas Murray had a debate on Joe Rogan's podcast with the libertarian media pundit Dave Smith. Now, I'm not necessarily a fan of Dave Smith, although weirdly enough, he was actually responsive on Twitter to criticisms that I was giving of him, and he was polite. And so I always like to give charity to people who are kind of like polite. You know, even if I agree with them viciously, if they're still willing to interact with like random people on social media and they're still willing to like take criticisms at face value, that does make me value them slightly more. That being said, in my experience with Dave Smith, he's been an America bad, isolationist, libertarian. Effectively, he has the politics of a 15-year-old, in my opinion. Whereas Douglas Murray, I think, is like more of a, I don't know, an internationalist, neoliberal, neoconservative, you know, you could call it globalist if you want, but he's also anti-Islam. So he's kind of like a conundrum where he's part of the establishment. He's part of the people who think and talk a lot about, you know, like the global economy and internationalism, but he's also somebody who's quite hostile to the religion of Islam. And so, without further ado, we're going to take a look at it. We're going to pause it intermittently. I'm going to tell you my thoughts, and we're going to see if it's as big of a blowout as many people have commented. Razzle Cherry says hello. He is our resident Groiper friend, but he is very polite, so everybody leave him alone. And if he has good faith things and good faith criticisms, we're going to listen to him, and we're just going to have fun in chat. So let's go.
Yes, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're up. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you guys. What's happening? Are you going no headphones?
Oh.
Keep the do?
I'll do that. I'm not quite sure what they add, but yeah. Okay.
There we go. All right. The goal of this is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events, it's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. We brought it.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that.
You did it early.
The word retarded is back. And it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcasts. But these things are always like Pierce Morgan-y, which is fine, you know, where everyone's screaming over each other and, you know, there's 5 different people talking over each other. There's never just rational conversations where you discuss things. And I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant. And I thought I bet you agree on a lot of things, and I bet you disagree on a lot of things. And it'd be fascinating to see your perspectives on these things. So that's why you're here together.
Okay.
And
Well,
Douglas,
can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began, and since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war?
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics of Israel.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe God Sad is on the side of Israel.
For sure.
Jordan is on the side of Israel.
You had Mike Baker, Coleman Hughes.
Yeah.
Coleman did it for like 20 minutes, so it wasn't why he was here.
No. I mean, none of them. And none of them is why they're here. You know? It's a good question.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
Me personally?
No. Just with the guests you've had.
The guests? Yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
Mm-hmm. But why do you think that is? Just out of interest. I'm just interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's #1 podcast. So.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just? Sorry, it's your show. But
sure.
If you're going to interview historians of the conflict or historians in general, why would you get somebody like Ian Carroll or?
Yeah, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies.
Sure.
You know.
But do you have any? I mean. There's been a tilt in the conversation, in both conversations, in the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts, who are not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't think he appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude who thinks he's an expert on Churchill?
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
No, in fact, I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm just a history
Have
nerd.
you ever absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
I tried.
Yeah?
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know about this. Or I'm not capable of debating this historian, but I'm going to just tell you what I think.
Yeah, but that's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl is saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain his position.
If you throw a lot of shit out there, there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think
Dave is doing that, very obviously. Dave's a comedian, but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
No, I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's
but
all I see you
have
on the
opinions.
internet doing.
Yeah, but that's you.
Well, that might be what you've seen.
It's
but
just
I don't
you
think that's.
consuming
But
clips.
that is also your shtick now, isn't it?
Well, what?
I like Douglas going low and slow. I do like it, and he's kind of employing what's called, at least in my opinion, I could be misusing it, the Socratic method, where instead of doing something accusatory or making a statement, he's doing the Socratic method. And so the Socratic method is where you ask questions instead of making statements in order to get people to like see the gaps in their logic or the gaps in their argument, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you know, Douglas asked, do you have enough people who are supportive of the war in Ukraine? God said, JBP, Jordan Peterson, Colin Hughes, but it's not why they're there, right? And so what he's effectively telling Joe Rogan while asking questions is saying that, like, hey, man, you kind of talk to like one side of the conflict very aggressively because it probably appeals to your preconceived notions of the conflict. However, there is like an entire other side of the narrative that you're not considering, and, you know, you should engage with that. And so he hasn't made that statement, but that is what he's saying, right? We can all kind of infer that. And so Joe goes with the way they've done it is barbaric. And I think that there's like there might be more credence to this statement than Douglas would like to concede. Like, flattening 80% of buildings in Gaza is barbaric. Destroying the water infrastructure, destroying the civic infrastructure, destroying the schools, destroying the universities, all that kind of stuff. It is pretty barbaric. Entertaining the idea that Trump said where they were going to move out 2.2 million people in an ethnic displacement, and then they were going to rebuild it, turn it into a Jewish homeland, and then maybe they would let like the nice Palestinians work there. Entertaining that is barbaric. And so he can have arguments for why he thinks it's still justified, but it's still violent and horrible, right? And so he's pointing out that Joe is one of the largest podcasts in the world. Like it or not, alternative media is the future of the media. So you can say Joe's dumb, which I'm not saying necessarily. I think he's a curious dumb guy is the way that he's described himself in the past. I think he's a curious dumb guy. But curiosity can make up for an incredible amount of lack of intelligence. Being curious and talking to smart people and kind of digging into what they're saying, that can definitely like raise your perceptions of the world, even if you're a dumb person, right? And so as one of the world's largest podcasts, Joe Rogan does have an outside influence. There's a reason why Donald Trump went on to Joe Rogan. There's a reason why the Kamala campaign was trying to get on Joe Rogan like 30 days before the election. And it's because they needed to undo the damage of the Trump interview, where Trump seemed, even if you thought he was crazy, he seemed charismatic and funny and interesting and intelligent, and seemed like he had, ideas that he wanted to test out in order to help the average American. Those ideas are stupid. And Trump is a egomaniacal psychopath dumbass. Excuse my French. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. However, that doesn't mean that it's, that Kamala wouldn't have been better off having a long form interview, and her being maybe more sympathetic than she usually is, and her being maybe more earnest than she normally is. That might have helped her too. So there's a reason why people are fighting over the Joe Rogan podcast, even though it's just like an MMA guy doing interviews, right? Then Joe says, I don't think about it that way. I think about, I want to talk to this person. He's effectively falling behind the I'm a curious dumb guy defense. But then Douglas does press him on it by asking the questions, why are you having Ian Carroll? Why are you having Daryl Cooper when these people are effectively doing the just asking questions defense? And I'm going to remind you guys of something, even if you haven't watched this content. The content that we watched that I thought was incredibly insightful, even though we only pulled one insight out of it, was the ContraPoints conspiracy breakdown. So if you go check out Valor Media Network, and if you check out that previous video, the one thing that she pointed to that I think is brilliant, and I want to hold on to it for the rest of my life, is a lot of conspiracy theorists do appeals to anomaly. So they say, isn't it weird that? Isn't it weird that? Isn't it weird that? Isn't it weird that? And they do it over and over and over and over again until you're like, yeah, that is weird. It's weird that we don't have explanations for these half dozen variables. And then what conspiracy theorists often do after that, once you start questioning the quote unquote official narrative based off of anomalies, then they present to you their alternative narrative, but they don't have anywhere near the evidence that they need in order to substantiate the alternative narrative that they're presenting. And so it could be subconscious, it could be conscious, but at the same time, I'm going to be on the lookout for it because I think it's a bad way to think about things. So I wanted to share those thoughts. And I'm actually going to write down that as well. Control B, conspiracy thinking. Control B, appeal to anomaly times 1,000, and then alternative narrative, which I almost guarantee you Dave Smith does this, but he's not doing it because he's malicious. He's doing it because that's how his brain works, right? Let's continue.
What do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
I'm saying you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to become somebody who talks about Israel and the conflict.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think it's a decision. I just think you have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about this very polarizing issue publicly. That's
but you do get attention from that. If you'd spent the last year speaking about Myanmar, you would not be on my lips.
Yeah, but he does talk about Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
Well, I tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, you have to be an expert? Or,
no, I think
what
authority
exactly
matters. I think
expert?
authority matters, and I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out there and then say, I'm not interested in the alternative views on this, and particularly when it's a counter-narrative that is wildly off. And when you get people... Look, I just feel... We should get it out straight away. I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
You mean Daryl? Are you talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl has...
Derek,
I don't think there's anything dangerous about
what's the
what
other guy? Derek... what's his name? Cooper, is it? Which one is it?
No, that's
Daryl
Cooper. Who's the other one? There was one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper, and then... Oh, yeah, Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. Look, these guys are not historians. They're not knowledgeable about anything.
No one's calling Ian Carroll a
No,
historian.
but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Daryl is incredibly knowledgeable.
He's not.
It's just
he's not.
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
is.
He's
Why do you say
wildly... Several reasons. One is, when he was offered to debate the current greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't, because he knows much more than me, and I admire his work and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. That's Andrew Roberts.
Right, but you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No, you don't have to debate people.
If it's not your thing.
But if you, for instance, but if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy in World War II.
It's not what he said. It's not what he said.
Neither Carroll nor Cooper have said that?
Well, listen, I don't know what Carroll said, but Daryl Cooper has not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko, who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with him, I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is, by Churchill's actions, the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions, then, is he?
No, but
the
claim isn't that he's just asking questions. Yeah, he has a point of view.
You can explain this better. He literally says
he said
joking.
In the comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaimed, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part. But in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But
what's
Douglas,
the point of that?
Well, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
he's
interviewed?
Certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and get leveled?
About 20 years ago.
I'm just curious.
He debated against Andrew Roberts and several other historians at Intelligence Squared in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear. But if you only get the contrary view, which is, isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century, at some point you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view. And that's horse shit of the most profound kind.
I don't think that's what he's trying to do.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform has come about because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions, and you are interested. But there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided, I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions. And then if you say that's wrong, they say I'm a comedian.
But wait a minute.
Listen. I am all about this, okay? I really am, because I believe it or not, I side with Dave Smith more than I side with Douglas Murray right now. I think that this is democracy manifest, right? Having stupid people share their stupid opinions out loud on platforms. This is the purest part of democracy, right? This is part of the reason why I'm not a quote unquote Democrat. The root word of Democrat is demos. You are fighting for the people. And frankly, I am a Republican. I am somebody who believes in representative democracy because I think the demos is largely ignorant and stupid. I'll just own that, okay? If that's offensive to you, I apologize. However, that's the way that I feel. But I think that Douglas is being a little bit of a snob where he's saying like, well, we need to take these contrarians down a peg because otherwise, you know, their narratives are going to take root. And I think that in a democracy, even if it's a republic, then that's the risk you run for freedom, right? Freedom is 100% about rights and responsibility. I agree there, but not everybody is going to use their rights and responsibility the same. And just because people are being risky and stupid, you know what you do in a free society? You call risky and stupid people stupid. You say, hey, you're dumb and your perspective sucks. That's what you say. And then you say, this is why your perspective sucks. And then you fight it out in the quote unquote marketplace of ideas. That's part of believing in and being a part of a liberal society. Now, that being said, I think that he is right. Douglas Murray is correct to point out that if someone cannot back up their view in real time, if they're not willing to fight for their beliefs, if they would fall apart like wet tissue paper under any kind of pressure with somebody who is more knowledgeable than them, then you should probably look at that person as a charlatan, right? You should probably look at that person as someone who they have a beautiful narrative, but once people start poking holes in it, it falls apart. Then you have to view that with like some level of skepticism. And so I think Douglas is, you know, Joe and Dave, I think, have a more naive perspective on what human beings are doing when they're communicating. And I think that Douglas has a more cynical view on what people are doing when they're communicating. There are people who just ask questions because that's the way their brain works. 100%. That absolutely happens. However, there are people who also do the appeal to anomaly in order to build an alternative narrative that they want you to believe, but they cannot substantiate, right? They will say, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? Here's my alternative explanation. And because of the way the human mind works, that's an incredibly seductive way to argue things. And so Douglas is saying, these people are liars and charlatans and propagandists and manipulators. And Dave and Joe so far have said, yeah, but isn't it their kind of free speech right to study these things as lay people and then articulate whatever they believe about them? So in my opinion, Dave and Joe think that some of these people are good faith, which I'm not trying to overuse the term good faith, but Dave and Joe believe that these people are good faith, and Douglas Murray believes that these people are bad faith, right? Christian Blair says, Joe pretends he is some centrist-like guy, but just wants to have ideas, which is not true. He is big-time fact-checked in real time and completely forgets it. Yeah, of course. He has a contrarian impulse, but I wouldn't say that makes him dishonest or a liar. It's just that he hears the official narrative. He always wants there to be something more. And let's face it, we all do on some level. We all like knowing secrets. Razzle Cherry says, the problem for the establishment is neoliberalism, neoconservatism isn't appealing. That's why groypers are attacked so much. We present a true alternative which threatens their institutions. I mean, maybe, but I also think that the neocons and the neolibs have done a terrible job of trying to sell themselves to the next generation. I think that if you look at economics, international trade, the way that the military is structured, the military-industrial complex, republicanism, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government, all that kind of stuff, there are actually strong neoconservative and neoliberal arguments to be made for the liberal republic of the United States of America. Big in Gaming says they can talk about it. Problem is, like Dave and Joe here, they're stating that we're not experts. They don't go on Piers Morgan to talk about Israel-Palestine like an expert. I mean, they kind of do, don't they? Right? But this is alt media. Right? Alt media, you're allowed to be a layperson and have an opinion and have a public opinion and get popular off of your public opinion. We live in a free society. Kay Soko says, Murray is right, plain and simple. We don't want future generations to have to fight against blatant falsehoods, push back against ignorance always and forever. Of course, push back about it. But when you push back about it, are you trying to push back about it in the marketplace of ideas? Or are you trying to be so censorious that you can't even consume the content in the first place? Right? Razzle Cherry says, it's very frustrating for these types because we aren't wrong. Best they can do is call us haters. I'm talking generally about anti-establishment forces. They can't compete. I think that you have your own selective bias where you're presuming that your tribe is correct. However, that's okay. if we're going to continue our, and I'm not saying we're not going to, if we're going to continue our social media relationship, I can't just tell you that you're wrong. I have to show you why you're wrong. Right. So anyways, I need to hit the head before we jump on with Steven. 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to hit the head and then jump in the Discord, if that's cool. All right. Steven's pretty much ready. So I'm going to DM, or I'm going to play this for you while I hit the restroom, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll go talk to Steven.
I'm just a comedian.
Well,
I'm just throwing stuff out.
What horrific opinions that's wrong are you talking about specifically?
Once guys like this get into very obvious stuff, which is
guys like Daryl,
the ones I'm describing.
You
very
need to listen to Daryl to really understand what he's saying. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in history.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No, you're wrong.
True.
You're wrong. He doesn't. What did he call him? How did he describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed out psychopath who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the way
He also
put it.
said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
Again, this is
no.
No,
he said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany. It was his argument.
There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s.
All right. Let me put you guys full screen. Give me a second. And then let me jump on with Steven, and then I'll unfull screen it again. One moment. My dog keeps crawling underneath my computer, and I'm so terrified that he's going to sit on the power cord because he's done it before. Terrifying. Okay, so let's do this. Destiny. His Discord. Is he even in his own thing? Should I just call him? Oh, yeah. Destiny's Room. Pierce. Okay. I'm here. I don't know if he's going to call. Give me a second. Let's get set up. Ooh. Bathroom. But I'm back. So you can call or pull me from the waiting room. I think I'm in your Discord room, but if you want to call, that's cool as well. Sorry for the dead air, but obviously setting up a large conversation takes a little bit of time. So my apologies. My apologies. He's good. He's not gooning. He's not gooning. So rude. You guys are savage. I'm in Destiny's room. So I mean he can pull me in at any time or he can call. I don't know what other room I'm supposed to jump into. There's the general lobby, there's the game room, there's AFK, there's game room 1, game room 2, there's debates. There's debate 1, general lobby, and then there's Destiny's room and there's streamer disagreements. I'll hop into Discord 5 minutes, just finishing up econ news 1 second. Okay, yeah, no problem. I can just hang out with chat for a second while he's wrapping up his stuff too. He's watching Jordan? Good. He's watching Jordan gooning. That's awesome. That's awesome. Razzle Cherry says, Destiny, old friend, why did you betray us? To be honest, I'm just going to be real with the gripers. The reason why he betrayed you is because he went after Mr. Girl, right? You can think that Max Carson is like a gooning, degenerate, pedo apologist monster, but you kind of went after his ability to stream. Like, I'm pretty sure there were Groiper affiliates who went after Max Carson and got him banned from YouTube. And so as a result, you became a liability. You became dangerous. Not only were you dangerous because you would, deplatform someone, but Destiny says wild stuff too. So you could try to get him to deplatform. So why would he continue to engage with groypers or groyper associated creators if they're perfectly okay getting people deplatformed, right? That's why. It's why. K-Soko says pushback at any level against ignorant people peddling false history. I mean, I agree there. Deus Halcyon says it's concerning that sometimes the objective fact loses to misinformation in the marketplace of ideas, setting in motion false base for the future. I agree. That is Hitler apologia, you stupid MFers. Yeah. Big In Gaming says, I think Douglas' point is Dave and Daryl can't have it both ways. Act like experts on stuff until confronted and then run away and say, I'm just a comedian. I mean, that's what a lot of people do, right? That's even what I do. But I, believe it or not, I will assert probably a higher expertise than I am entitled to, but I'll also try to back that up. I am a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I am a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I loved history when I was growing up. I would read history all the time. I continue to read history into adulthood. When I was in the military service, I read about the places that I was living. I read about the places that I was deploying. I read all the news that was relevant to the conflicts that I was involved in. I took my studies in the military very seriously. I picked the brain of my mentors. I picked the brains of people who were far ahead of me in the military chain of command and had access to way more interesting technology, logistics, intel, all that kind of stuff. And they were happy to talk about it with me because I was a curious young person who wanted to know more about the war machine, basically. And then when I got out of the military, I did a lot of introspection and meditation. And I also continued to read. And then I got my 4-year degree. And then I took a similar approach to law enforcement. And so I'll say, I was never a deputy chief. I was never a chief. I was never a major or a colonel or even an officer. I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps, and I was a patrolman and then a school resource officer as a law enforcement officer. But that doesn't mean that my curiosity stopped with just my role. Part of the reason, so people will be like, oh, you're a mall cop. Oh, you're a hall monitor. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. It's like mildly frustrating just because it doesn't really line up with my actual experience. But that's also why I don't necessarily engage with those criticisms. It's because you don't know what I know. I know infinitely more than you. And there are people who know infinitely more than me. So I'm okay with that hierarchy of knowledge where I know a lot. I'm dumb sometimes. I'm pig-headed sometimes. I'm aggressive sometimes. I'm abrasive sometimes. But I do take the accumulation and analysis. I take the analysis of information very seriously. You guys are still talking about him gooning. What are you talking about with Destiny? His moral philosophy, basically in 2022 and now. I want to see where he's at, and also kind of not challenge him, but dig into why he's comfortable with doxing and attacking his opponents to the degree. What is your degree in? It's interdisciplinary, just being real. It's interdisciplinary. The basis of it is business. So a majority of my credits are in business. And then basically a interdisciplinary degree is 3 minors instead of a major and then a minor or a major. So I have 3 minors, but you have to have one that's larger than the other. And so my major-ish is business, my minor is history, and then my other minor is arts. The only reason why I did arts was because I wanted to take classes on Photoshop and Adobe Premiere. Thank you, K-Soko. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have had a very interesting life. Call back to the great Sherry debate. Exactly. Jonah Boy says, you've done way more than most of these streamers, honestly. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. A lot of alternative media pundits are literally they graduated high school, they got an associate's degree, and then they became stand-up comedians or streamers, right? And that's not dogging. They still learn a lot about media, alt media, political dynamics. If they read a lot, if they watch a lot of videos about certain topics, they can still be incredibly intelligent. I'm not saying there aren't intelligent streamers, but obviously there are a lot of streamers who have no academic, no professional, and no intellectual certifications or interests. So do not take the analysis from Destiny. Yeah, Jonah Boy says most of them dropped out from community college, if not high school. Yeah, that's a healthy chunk of entertainers. Healthy chunk of entertainers stopped going to school and stopped paying attention once they found out they could make money by being entertaining. Which they can still have insightful stuff to say, but yeah, you have to do both, right? You have to have experience, you have to have academic information, you have to have insight, and you have to be intelligent. The way that I kind of describe it is that memories and experiences are kind of like the hard drive of a brain, right? That's like the information that you accumulate over time. It's like the video games and the memories and the videos that you save to your hard drive. That's kind of like your training and experience. And then RAM, like your intelligence, is your RAM, which is your capacity to retrieve that information very quickly and then disseminate it and regurgitate it in a way that is coherent. So in my opinion, intelligence, I know a lot of biologists, they don't like human analogies to computers, but I haven't seen a problem with that analogy yet, that experience and knowledge is like a hard drive and IQ and intelligence is like RAM. You can have one or the other or both, and it's ideal to have both. Grassroots says, leave them alone. They have the hardest jobs in the world. It's literally sucking out their souls. Listen, Chud Logic and Hassan Piker, they weren't lying about the social battery. If you're live, I'm live for 5 hours a day, and when I started this, I was live like 7 hours a day. After 7 hours, my neurons were fried. I was toast. And then after 5 hours, I'm still tired, but I have enough energy to go hang out with the wife and do other stuff. So yeah, so it does. It can drain your social battery for sure. It's just not, it's not a big deal. It's way easier than manual labor jobs that I've done in the past. It's way easier than some aspects of the military. It's way easier than law enforcement. It's way easier than probably even like retail and restaurant. There's some retail and restaurant jobs that I would say were harder. It's different though, just because you're mentally and emotionally exhausted and you're talked out. It's still a very fun job. I'm never going to be delusional to the point that I think that it's harder than actual retail, restaurant, military, law enforcement, any of that kind of stuff. Christian Blair says, save up for more guns. You can't let the liberal destiny own more than you. True. I like the Bolter, but it won't stand up to the Benelli M4. Yeah. His shotgun's way more reliable than mine. I always enjoy a discussion between you and Destiny. It's his bromance yet, lol. Yeah. I'm the what am I? I'm like the reliable one. There's all these orbiters that come in and they flame out, and I'm the one who's like, listen, honey, you just gotta get it together. You just can't do that, okay? It's bad stuff.
Hey, who the fuck are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can. I can 100% be on camera, and I think I'm gonna be for the sake of my chat. You can decide whether or not you want to be on camera. And
for you, I will be.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And then let me share my screen and make sure that my chat can hear you before we begin. Add. And then I'm going to full screen you. And then I'm going to pull up my notes. How are you?
Just watching my country falling apart. But otherwise, doing fine.
Cool. And then obviously there was some, basically just to set the stage for what I wanted to do today. There was obviously the recent drama. I know that we can't talk about it specifically. I know that we can't talk about the legal issues. However, I was still curious about your moral philosophy, probably in 2022 and also now. And so I kind of wanted to dig into that because I think there's probably something worth talking about there. So that's kind of,
yeah, but we can probably talk. We can talk about whatever you want. If it was something I don't want to directly comment on, then I'll say it. But now that there have been like filings and stuff, I feel okay chatting about some stuff. I'll tell you if I can.
Okay, sounds good. Then if you don't mind, just because I set it up for not necessarily getting into specifics. If we bump into specifics, then we'll do it. But I'll start with my flow if you're okay with that.
Whatever you fucking want, dude.
Thanks. So first question. And I know it's going to seem a little...
How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, I'm great. So actually to share, The Warhammer YouTube channel hit 100K like 2 months ago. So I got my silver play button. It's actually back here on the shelf. And then also I work for a channel called Valor Media Network, which is a bunch of vets and first responders and nerds trying to make a better space for young men to hang out and consume content.
Okay. I was going to ask about the Warhammer stuff because I feel like I read something. I feel like a Reddit thread popped up where people were complaining. I don't know why it was the Warhammer thing, but that some of the figurines might end up going up in cost significantly. Do you have any idea if there's any?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we're totally screwed, 100%. Like the United Kingdom already, Games Workshop already manufactures these things at a very high premium, and they also won't let you participate in tournaments unless they're the official merchandise from the company. And then if they get smacked with tariffs, then yeah, we're going to be paying $100 for 5 figures that we then have to spend 3 hours a piece painting.
Damn. Do you know? Wait, first, I don't. We haven't talked about the Warcraft, or I'm sorry, the Warhammer stuff too much. Did you ever know In Control?
I don't know In Control.
Oh, okay. He was a pretty good StarCraft 2 player. He was a really funny commentator guy, and he was also into Warhammer. So I was just curious, but okay. Yeah. You like paint all your stuff. You're like very big into.
I have 3,000. This is my wife's kitten figurines that she threw up back here as a joke. But up here are 3 IKEA dresser stocks full. This is Imperial Guard. And then I have 3 layers of Death Watch. All in all, it's probably $2,000 worth of figurines. And I probably painted each model a minimum of 3 hours.
Damn. How common is it when you show up to a tournament? Does everybody have like custom painted stuff, or does anybody just show up with like the stock?
Oh yeah. No, there's plenty of people who are just gamers, and so as a result, they will do no paint job or a minimal paint job.
Okay, and then big question. Okay, this is like in the cosplay world. When you show up to some of these, do people make fun of you if you got other people to paint your things, or do the people with painted custom stuff usually do it themselves?
No, the people with painted custom stuff, there is a premium that you can pay professional studios in order to paint your stuff. As a matter of fact, I have a relationship with a paint studio called Mastermind Models and Miniatures out of Huntsville, Alabama. And they will take a miniature and they will turn it into a work of art. It's wildly expensive, but it's effectively like showing up to a tournament with a Rolex when you can show up with like the perfect list with the perfect paint job.
Okay. All right. I was just curious.
Okay.
That's
all right, then let me go into my morality list. And if you're ever curious about Warhammer, I will literally talk to you for 6 hours about Warhammer. So don't worry about asking about that.
The only thing I know about Warhammer basically is that they copied their entire story from StarCraft, but otherwise, yeah.
The inverse, but that's okay. And also, for those of you who might be curious in the audience, Warhammer is basically, Warhammer 40K in particular is if you took Lord of the Rings, Dune, and other science fiction IPs like Dread, you put them in a blender, you blended them up, and then you put them 40,000 years into the future. So if you're interested in that, then check out Counterpoint's 40K. All right. Do you believe in God?
No.
Are you agnostic? Are you an atheist? Or are you anti-theistic?
For purposes of this conversation, I'll say I'm an atheist.
Okay. So, yeah. All right. I got it. Then what do you think about?
I would say I'm an agnostic atheist. Gnosticism is a stance on whether or not you can have information about God. And I'd say no. So I'm agnostic. And then atheism, I don't believe in a God. So I'd say no. I don't know how much this will matter, but yeah. Okay.
Then what do you think about like the functional utility of moral systems, like religious systems?
I think there's a super high functional utility. I think they solve 3 really important problems for most people. Yeah.
Okay, so even if you yourself don't believe, you still think that those moral systems probably carry some kind of like moral code that a lot of people will not only see utility in, but can make society a better place?
Yeah, it could. Yeah, there's utility in. Yeah.
Okay. Then what do you think about like the mythology versus what's like literally true? So as an example, one of the things that I watched yesterday was Jordan Peterson talking about how like the Christian metaphysical cultural landscape is based off of like embracing suffering through the cross. And so I would say that would have like a mythological utility, even if you don't believe it literally. So how do you differentiate like what's mythological in religion versus what's real and what's important and what's not?
Well, all of it should be important if it's a good, coherent religion. And I think at least the 3 big ones of the book are all pretty consistent and internally, like, so everything should be important. The way that I was taught growing up is I don't think most of my teachers wanted to make strong statements on whether or not everything in the Bible was true or false. But at the very least, even if something is not true, it's trying to communicate a true story. So when Jesus would tell parables, I don't believe that those were supposed to be taken as like true stories, but the parable was used to illustrate a point. So even if it's not true, it's just like you can learn moral lessons from fiction. Like Harry Potter isn't a real story, but you could probably learn that you should treat your friends well or be a good person from that, if that makes sense. Right.
Okay, cool. And then I agree. I'm not like a religious literalist. I'm more of somebody who tries to take it as like a metaphor for like moral lessons. But I think I probably put more emphasis on those moral lessons than maybe you do. But we'll get into that. So, are you a cosmic nihilist? And by that I mean like the cosmos does not care about whether or not we exist, and also like there's no consequence to whether or not we exist.
I'll probably just say yes. I think I probably would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. And then with nihilism can oftentimes be associated with cynicism. So it's kind of viewed as like a negative thing, like where a lot of people fall into like anxiety or depression if they don't believe that anything ultimately has any value. One of the philosophies that I thought was interesting was like absurdism, where you're just like, I'm going to find meaning because life is so crazy and absurd that, you know, I'm going to find purpose no matter what.
Yeah, I would agree with some blend of absurdism or existentialism. I haven't read enough on either of these philosophies to truly say I agree with them, but probably something along those lines. Yeah.
Okay. And then are you a hedonist?
It depends on how you define it, I guess.
So the way that I would like minimally define it is maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain.
I mean, I would say yes to that, but some people would call me reductive, and I would say that definitionally everybody is a hedonist. It just depends. But it's like the argument of like, are you altruistic if it feels good to be altruistic? I don't know. So I guess we'll put a pin on that. I'll say yes for now, but it depends on how you feel about that, I guess.
Then this might get into a little bit more specifics. So
sure.
There was an example in Greek history, Greek philosophy, whatever, where there was a old hedonist who was on the verge of dying. And I think Plato, Socrates, whoever was traveling in order to talk to him, and he was making sacrifices to the gods. And Socrates was like, why are you making sacrifices to the gods? You don't even believe in any of the gods. And he was like, well, actually, this follows my hedonist philosophy of I'm trying to maximize pleasure, minimize pain. Therefore, if I make the correct sacrifices to the gods and they are real, and then I die, then basically I'm, doing that. He also, I think in this book, he criticized the immature hedonists, who were people who were always trying to like pursue sex, pleasure, wine, drugs, partying, all that kind of stuff. And he was saying that like as he matured through his hedonism, he found that actually the things that ended up giving him pleasure and minimizing pain were the traditional things like, family, community, all that kind of stuff. So how do you view like our cursory understanding of hedonism with the way that you were conducting yourself previously and the way that you're conducting yourself now?
I mean, it depends. So what definition of hedonism are we going with, I guess?
I mean, it's still maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain, but I think a lot of people would say that...
How are we defining like pleasure and pain, I guess is my question, yeah.
Well, sexual pleasure, drugs, material pleasure.
Or no, when I say pleasure, so like for instance, some people genuinely like... Well, here, so we can use like sexual pleasure, okay? So let's say you have a person who has sex with their husband or wife, and they don't necessarily enjoy it as much, but they do it because they feel like it's a duty that they have to fulfill that role or responsibility in a relationship. And then they do that, and they get pleasure from that. Would we consider that person hedonistic? Or like if a person likes to enjoy, they like to attend their children's games because they just like watching their kids play sports. Are we calling that hedonistic? Or are we going to load this with a little bit more...
Definition, so I would put it in, because we probably all exist on a spectrum, and therefore I think that you're right that we are all hedonistic in our own ways. I think that you could argue that even some of my altruistic and self-sacrificial behaviors are ultimately hedonistic, but oftentimes they're compared to the philosophies of Stoicism and then also like virtue ethics. And so when it comes to Stoicism, oftentimes it's more about like being able to control your own mind, not getting upset by the day-to-day affairs, kind of being, I would say, detached. I'm sure Stoics would disagree with me, but I seriously think that they almost have like a Buddhist level of detachment from reality. Whereas virtue ethicists effectively say like, hey, we've identified these 11 virtues that we think that all humans should abide by in order to achieve a good life. And therefore, even if these things are painful, you should pursue these virtues nonetheless. And so those would be, especially in the Greek context, I think those would be the other competing philosophies at the time.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to suggest a definition that I think maybe we'll both agree with, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Sure.
So how about we say that there are, that you can have principled beliefs in like what would create a better world. We call these just like moral goods, I guess, the ways that people should act. And then let's say that there are some short-term things that we can do that are, we won't say they're necessarily bad, but it's just, we'll call it like pleasure seeking. And sometimes people can forego some pleasure seeking things that don't necessarily improve the world. They can avoid those things, and they can do things that are a little bit more principally adherent that would improve the world but might avoid some level of pleasure seeking. If a person does primarily the former, they just like pleasure seek and they don't do much to improve the world, we would call that person more hedonistic. And then on the latter, if somebody is trying to remain principled and they might forego some short-term or simpler pleasures in order to either seek more fulfillment or improve the world, we'll call that person less hedonistic. Do we?
I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Gotcha.
So
so that we'll roll with that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So how would you perceive, because I think I could make an argument, especially up through like 2023, that you were somebody who was pleasure seeking. And then, there's some statements that you've made that have said like, oh, well, I reeled that back. I'm now pursuing like higher ambitions. And so I'm kind of like, how do you perceive yourself within that framework?
I would be really careful about using any past statements I made about this, because every single person I talk to is going to have slightly different views on what it means to be either of those things. So it's possible that with one person I'll say like, oh yeah, like I believe in, like hedonism, and in another person I might like flesh this out more because it depends on. But so I'll just say that. We can look at any past statements I made if you want.
Should I be specific?
Or if you want to get into any of the specifics, I guess we can. Yeah. Or if you want to get into specific statements, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like in. If you're like, hey, this is getting too personal or whatever, then I'm totally fine with keeping it more general. However, I would have like evidence to you where I would say like, oh, I think you pursued, you were engaging in more pleasure seeking behavior than you were prescriptive moral goods. Or maybe you have a totally different perception where you felt like you were pursuing both at the same time. However, what I would point to, I think the one that's popping into my mind the most aggressively is there was a conversation that you were having, I think with Orbiters, I think it was with Brittany, Abba, and Melina. And they were talking about how schizophrenic the drama cycles had been, specifically with Lav and Mr. Girl. And you were like, listen, this is what I enjoy. This is what I want to do. And so as a result, if our relationships, I think you were talking about in reference to Melina and Abba and Brittany, you were like, if our relationships suffer, then it is what it is, because this is what I enjoy and this is what I would want to do. And so that's where I would argue that you were engaging in pleasure-seeking behavior, because you were putting like some suffering into your system in order to pursue this higher pleasure.
You mean I was avoiding that, right? I was seeking a pleasure thing and avoiding like a higher fulfilling thing. I understand what you're saying there.
Maybe because you would have to sacrifice your immediate pleasure of engaging in drama in order to pursue these like higher level relationships with your Orbiters and Melina.
Sure. I think that when I think about stuff like that, I think I'm thinking in terms of insofar as like a relationship goes. I'm not necessarily thinking of that in terms of hedonism versus or pleasure seeking versus like something principally different there, because at that point the principally different thing that we're talking about is just my relationship with like Melina or some friend, I think. And I don't know if I would say that like I should have some, or I don't feel personally like you should have some strong principled attachment towards maintaining like those types of friendships or connections if they are, severely out of alignment with what you might personally enjoy doing in life. I don't know if that's like a thing I would feel principally attached to, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's where I would say that Stoicism in particular would, at least in my opinion, my understanding of it, would argue that like, you're supposed to be temperate. You're not supposed to pursue pleasure necessarily. You're supposed to, kind of be really controlled about your emotions and your relationships and all that kind of stuff. And so they would see, in my opinion, they would see sacrificing relationships in order to pursue that as contrary to their philosophy. And then I'm almost certain that with they call it like the Nicomachean ethics of Aristotle, it's 11 different virtues, and it's like courage, temperance, liberality, magnificence, so on and so forth. But some of it is truthfulness, wittiness, and friendliness. They would see that you sacrificing those relationships in order to pursue a higher pleasure, they would view that as like contradictory to Aristotelian virtue ethics.
Sure. Let's dump all the. I don't think we necessarily need the schools of thought on this in particular. I guess the question I would ask is there something necessarily virtuous by giving up something that you enjoy for the sake of like a friendship or relationship?
Yeah, I mean,
feel like I don't see it necessarily like I don't think there's necessarily anything like virtuous or good there, or that I would say one thing or another about a person.
I would, and I think this is actually like central to the way that I conduct my life. So I think that I have impulsive behavior where I would frankly I would love to go to the bar up the road. I would love to get hammered. I would love to smoke cigarettes. I would love to engage in short but pleasurable relationships with a whole bunch of people. However, I think that I am serving a higher good by being loyal to my wife, by being loyal to my children, by not spending our money on alcohol, not spending our alcohol or our money on tobacco. And so as a result, it is a certain amount of temperance.
Okay, so I would say there's a lot of things in there that you just said that would be like morally good. So when you talk about, I'm guessing you're a big believer in marriage and everything, right? Like that's a real thing.
At minimum, like I said, I'm not a religious literalist, but I do think that it serves a social function that's really important. Yeah.
Well, no, like I'm saying, like when you do like vows to your wife and everything, like till death do us part, I'm assuming that those are like literal, like you very much mean those, right?
Yeah. And if I break those vows, I would view it as a horrible break on my end.
Yeah. So like for this, I would say that the question of like hedonism or anything like there doesn't even have, like that doesn't even factor in. When you talk about not spending money on alcohol, not being disloyal to your wife or whatever, these things to me feel like these are like obligations that you've literally agreed to. And so doing things that would be contrary to those obligations that you ought to fulfill, I would say, yeah, those are bad for sure, without even entering into any question of hedonism. Even if you were doing things that weren't hedonistic, like let's say that you said, I want to become a Hindu, monk or Buddhist monk or whatever, and I'm going to leave my whole family and go and practice this. Like I would say that's probably not good, even though that's definitely not hedonistic, but you're breaking all those obligations. And I would say that's why it would be bad. But like, let's say that you were a guy who was dating a girl and you've been dating for a year and she really had an issue with you playing video games, but you really enjoyed playing video games. And she was like, I need you to quit playing video games or I'm going to break up with you. I don't know if I would say, well, that person's being hedonistic by preferring video games to his girlfriend. I would say, well, they're probably just not compatible. And this would just be a dividing thing here.
Well, yeah, but I actually would make a qualitative analysis. So for instance, like one of the things that I'm diving into content wise is obviously a whole bunch of conservatives complaining about like the NEET, not employed in education or training, young men who are not married, who are not dating, who are not doing this, who are not doing that. And as a result, it's causing like a collapsing birth rate and then all of the onset economic and social effects as a result of those choices. And so I am not either an individualist or a collectivist. I'm like a communitarian. I think that the individual and the collective are in constant flux. But if the individual, you're saying that you wouldn't put a moral judgment on a NEET who plays video games, who chooses the pleasure of video games over a relationship, I would make a moral judgment and I would say that he's making a mistake.
Okay, sure. I would be careful if we're going to start rubbing in a bunch of like higher philosophy into this, just because it's the conversation. I think subject matter changes a lot, because I would say that now we're talking about like, we're not really talking about hedonism or any of that anymore. Now we're talking about, like what is the moral obligation that a person has to society writ large. And at that point, again, we can abandon hedonism completely and just talk about like if a person wants to dedicate their life meditating in the forest, that person would be arguably just as bad to you as a person who is purely hedonistic but still had a family. That person might even be better, So
yeah, that's one of the reasons why I kind of fell in love with, if you'll indulge me, the Nicomachean ethics is I'm a centrist at heart. I'm a never Trump Republican. I really am. And what's cool about the Aristotelian values is that not only does Aristotle talk about the values, like the 11 values, he also talks about their extreme and the positive and the negative. So courage can have a extreme in one direction and extreme in the other. That's part of the reason why I think it's actually really rich as like a philosophy, is because the way that hedonism actually, hold on, there's a word for this. I think it's temperance. I think it's literally sexual temperance. I think that Aristotle talks about sexual temperance where being asexual and being a monk who lives in the woods with no social relationships is as bad as being a hedonist. The reason why I brought up hedonist specifically in your context is because if I've described you many times as a nihilist hedonist. And what I mean by, I think you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would not want everybody in the universe to operate by your moral perspective, because I think that ultimately it would collapse society if everyone was destiny.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. Again, I don't think this necessarily plays right into like just hedonism or whatever else. I think there's another conversation that can happen here about what is an individual's obligation to society, right? Like, should women be
why
working
don't we
or
dig
making
in? What do
judgment?
you think an individual's obligation to society is?
I mean, I would say personally, my feeling is that society, I think, has given us quite a bit. Fuck. Wait, this is supposed to be like a personal conversation, not a huge debate.
Okay.
You have 2 seconds. No, I know. I'm sorry. Vegan Games just jumped in. What do you have? What do you want, Vegan Games? He's about to drop a huge argument.
Oh, well, I actually wanted to get involved in this, if you're cool with that.
Wait, can you hop in towards the end, I guess, because Connor had a bunch of stuff he wanted to go over with me. Is that okay?
Well, I won't like derail the whole conversation and start talking about
so Steven,
I just wanted to like actually
I'm gonna put the ball in your court, reason being because I do have a list. But I still think that I can get through the list as long as we're not screeching.
Okay.
So it's up to you.
Are you asking me about keeping vegan gains in?
Yeah, relatively speaking. I'm saying
if you're okay with it, I'm fine with it. It's up to you.
Sure. People love they love a three-way.
Yeah, he said some things about nihilism that I disagree with.
No, wait. This is what I don't want to do. I don't want to do any big philosophy breaking down what it means to be a
No,
nihilist. It's not relevant to any of us.
I'm not going to derail. I'm not going to derail. I promise.
Well, okay. Just as a heads up, I'm giving this. I've got in my mind, there's a 15-minute evaluation on this convo, and if it's not working, I'm just gonna go back to just the two of us. Okay? Because if this ends up derailing into some huge fucking philosophy debating terms or whatever, then. But okay.
Sure. I'm listening.
Yeah, you said Stephen's kind of nihilistic perspective would destroy society. I don't think it would. Nihilism, like, all it really means is that there's no objective sort of values. Value is just created by the mind. And if you have the perspective of nihilism, all you're recognizing is that morals, values, that's only generated by your mind. And if they're only generated by your mind, then you're not going to recognize really bad sort of religious and political philosophies. So like communism, Islam, Christianity in a lot of ways I think is harmful for society. And what things really come down to is just your ability to impose your own values on others and stick to your own values. So if you recognize that there's no objective truth about, okay, marriage is good, or it's good to believe in this God, or like it is objectively true that we should live in some sort of egalitarian, communist sort of society, and you just don't believe in that, well, because there's no misconception of, okay, this is objectively right. There's some stance-independent truth that I can point to that this is right, I have to follow it. You're in a position where you can just fight and promote your own sort of value system. And I think that sort of thinking prevents ideological takeover of a lot of minds. I think this is why you see so many people falling in line with communism or Nazism. And I think this is also why you see some of the social issues within the United States today with
if I may
evangelicals kind of getting too much power. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if I may push back. So I'm taking notes. If I say something incorrectly, let me know. I'll be happy to amend my statement. Nihilism is generated in the mind. You're not going to notice the bad philosophies if you are, holding on to quote unquote objective truth. There is no objective truth. It's something that we ourselves generate. So I understand the arguments that objectivism is ultimately like the synthesis of multiple subjective perspectives. However, I still think that you and Steven and I are all subject to the forces of gravity right now. And I think that we're all on the planet Earth right now. And I also think that we're all biological beings who feel better or worse based off of our physical, sexual, and social activities. And so what I would do in order to try to approximate objective truth, what I would do is I would try to create a feedback knowledge mechanism between our knowledge and understanding of reality, and then use that in order to confirm reality over and over and over again. And so if our species ends, I think that's bad. It might be a subjective judgment, but I think most human beings would agree that that was bad.
Well, yeah, most human beings would think that's bad. But just because you're a nihilist, it doesn't mean that you believe that there's no such thing as truth. It's just that there's no moral truths. That's the only thing.
But
now, something can be true in your own mind.
There's a subjective truth. I use pain because it's a Jordan Peterson argument that I think is compelling. So with subjective truth, that we are all human beings, we're all on planet Earth, et cetera, et cetera. If I take a potato peeler and I start flaying all three of us with a potato peeler with no anesthetic, we are all going to agree that that's bad very quickly. And so what I'm saying is
so things can be universally true.
Right.
So
and
it
also
is
I would say
universally
that if
true
you
of
ask
a
people
mind that
morally,
pain
is
is
it good to
bad.
flay humans alive? Like 99.9 out of 100 human beings are going to say, yeah, that's bad. Morally, it's bad to flay humans.
Well, unless you're talking to maybe complete psychopaths, but even if you do that to them, they think it's bad.
Right.
So, so it's true of a mind that pain is bad. You could say that is a stance-independent fact. I don't think we disagree there. But the thing I'm pointing out is there's a fundamental issue with, I think, all human cultures today, that there is some sort of moral truth. And because it's being pressed into our mind that it is like X is a moral truth, people don't fight for their own actual values, and they get gaslit into thinking, oh, well, gay relationships are bad. I have to get married. I have to do this. This is what other people do. And it takes away people's strength. And it takes away your ability to actually impose your own will on society. And your own will, I think, is important. I think when you have too much of a concentration of power, you have an issue. And when power is concentrated within certain institutions, like religious institutions or a political institution like under Nazism or communism, now with billionaire oligarchs, you get huge fucking problems. And a way to take away that sort of centralized power is to give people the knowledge that, look, these things, like these moral values, they're not objectively true. You can disagree, and you don't have to just go with the grain and get gaslit into thinking this is the right way, it's the only way, and it's just an objective truth. We have to encourage people to have their own individual strength and power and make their own judgments and decisions to prevent things like Nazism, communism. Trump has become its own fucking cult, and there's tons of people who are trying to cope for the economic downturn with these tariffs because Trump's your daddy. I think
I have plenty to say.
Okay.
I have plenty to say, and I actually have no problems talking to you or keeping the three-way going. But I do want Steven to have an opportunity as well, because I kind of
I feel like this is like going exactly where I didn't want to go. Okay, I feel like this is getting way too philosophy heavy.
Vegan Gains, if you want to talk later when we're done, and or if you just want to schedule a time for us to talk, I have no problems talking about nihilism, philosophy, liberalism, libertarianism, individualism, collectivism. I got no problems. I would love to.
Well, why don't you two talk for a while and just bring it more to politics, and then I can, if I feel it's appropriate, I can add my own thoughts.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Are you staying in here, or are you going to leave?
No, I'm staying.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Just no philosophy hijacking. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You asked me a question earlier about like what should people do, I think was your question or something, right?
That's where we were going.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that there's directions that humanity can go. Okay. I'll use a term, it's called moral progress, basically. Like a world is becoming better in a variety of different ways. In some ways, like we all agree. So like advancements in healthcare are probably good for everybody. In some ways, most of us can agree. So like advancements in certain types of technologies, like entertainment technologies, like better graphics cards, I think most of us would agree. And then there are some ways that are like debatable, you know, art, culture, entertainment stuff. Some people think it's worse, some people think it's better, whatever. I would say that insofar as, well, as we exist on this planet, there are things that we can only enjoy because of certain sacrifices or certain pursuits of higher goods, I guess you would say the non-hedonistic ones that people before us, who have come before us, have made. And I would say that as much as you're able to, you know, given whatever abilities you've been granted in life, biologically or environmentally, that you should like make some contribution, or you should kind of like lend those gifts back to society as a form of paying it forward. I think there is a goodness, and I think there is some kind of social obligation or moral obligation there, such that I would say, like, if you had the capacity to be an incredibly talented mathematician or physicist or doctor, and you decided to forego that entirely, in the pursuit of just like doing drugs or whatever, I would say you've committed a harm there, I think, to all of society. And then on the flip side, I would say if you could be the best doctor in the world, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to spend every waking moment with a patient. Like there is a burnout. Like there should be a balance of, you know, getting to enjoy society and giving back to society as well. So yeah, so roughly stake my position out there, and then yeah, go ahead.
No, making the balanced question then, I would say 2022, in my opinion, okay, I don't have any specific insight. However, in 2022, I would say that based off of what's publicly out there, that was probably the maximum of your pleasure-seeking behavior. So at the time and now, did you view your pleasure seeking as balanced with your prescriptive moral duties at that time? And then now, considering that, you know, I've heard you mention that you got on medication, some of your perceptions around sex have changed a little bit. I don't know if they've changed. Maybe your behaviors around sex have changed a little bit. Do you feel like they're better calibrated now, and how?
Okay, so the one part about this conversation that's annoying is that when people say pleasure seeking or hedonistic, there's been a huge pushback socially, even in my community, and I noticed all the internet, in response to the red pill people who were like super unhinged about anything related to sex. Obviously, there's a huge pushback online now that where people have these like kind of puritanical views, I would argue, about sex. So basically, any pursuit of recreational sex makes you a total and complete and utter hedonist. If people want to have that view, that's fine. I'm never going to be able to communicate with those people. It's whatever. In terms of like my balance of stuff, I would say that the biggest things that have changed in my mind are wanting to be more effective in terms of actualizing like a political view that I have and seeing that come out in the world. As an online streamer person, that's like fairly difficult. Nobody else was really doing it at all. So like I tried to figure out like, well, what's a way to make a positive impact? People floated the canvassing idea, or somebody reached out and we started to do canvassing stuff. Tried to bag a mayor in not in New York, in Omaha. And then that's kind of like what I've looked at. Progressive Victory was a company that spawned out and basically ended up hiring off a ton of my community to do stuff. And so that's, yeah. So it's kind of like trying to find a way to like, how do I like make a politically positive or effective change pushing in that direction while still being a content creator or whatever. Yeah. So that's the thing that I've pushed more in the direction of. But I don't think that any of this has come at like where I've been like, oh, like I can't, you know, do things that are fun, or, oh, like this was holding me back before. Like the doing incredibly dramatic content before was a part of my stream. Like it was really good for viewership. I enjoyed doing it. It was fun. At the time, that was just what the content was or whatever. Yeah.
Well, then I guess my question is, have you changed your mind on the dramatic content or how you engage with people on an interpersonal level? Because for instance, like I think a lot of your critics are going to point to the events of 2022. I think that some things that people in your community, and maybe you have pointed out as well, is that there hasn't been a substantive criticism of your personal behavior that dated into 24 or 25, except for maybe Sherry. And so without getting specific.
So I don't care. We can do whatever you want. In terms of 2022, say the first part of that again?
So we can get specific if you want. If you want to keep it vague, we can. But I think that as far as what was known on stream, that was like the zenith of drama and
This
interpersonal.
was the, like, Anna, Mr. Girl Lab stuff?
Anna, Mr. Girl, Lav, and then also like communications with Rose, I think was summer of 2022.
Sure, but none of that was public until 2024, right?
Yes.
So in terms of Lav, Mr. Girl, Anna, the Anna stuff shouldn't have been content, I don't think. I didn't know until I hung out with this person. I didn't know that OCD could manifest in such a way and that it ended up becoming content because this person, who is an adult and was an adult and was basically my age, decided that they wanted to make it a 24/7 stream topic for them, which, hey, listen, if you want to, it's fine. For Live and Mr. Girl and Live were really fucking good-ass stream content. I think it was super enjoyable having them on. It was fun stuff at the time. Yeah, I think I would probably stand by the content back then. I think it was good ass content. Yeah, we explored some serious issues.
It's not a debate.
Yeah,
I don't think that that's the question that I'm necessarily pointing at. So everybody enjoyed it, right? The reason why, if I remember correctly, one of the historical details was Lav found you through the Anna content, right? So the
true.
I think so. I think there's literally the Instagram DMs where, hey, I saw your content, I thought it was good, blah 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 blah, Anna drama.
I remember that. I don't remember if it was over the Anna content. It might have. That's possible. It's possible it might have been. I just don't remember. I thought it was before that, but
I'm probably repeating a Chud Logic drama summary. So if I'm wrong, I'm going to blame Chud Logic. But the point is that my question, I guess, is so. You had these political things that you were trying to be effective in. The canvassing in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah. Back then, not as much, but yeah, okay.
The canvassing in Omaha, Nebraska, the canvassing in Cincinnati, the canvassing in Milwaukee, the work with PV, the work up until the relationship, the orbits, which, by the way, like orbits were obviously incredibly profitable for all involved, either socially or economically, to be a Destiny orbiter, to fight in the orbit. This was all, a lot of people enjoyed themselves while they were doing it, right? But
also, just as a real quick thing, so Lav first DM'd me on Instagram in 2021 in November. So I don't know. I don't think Anna stuff with it, but just as a fact check. But okay, go ahead.
So the but the point being that obviously the drama cycle and the fallout from the drama cycle and the fallout from the orbiters, I would say that was probably the reason why some more serious political work was heavily criticized, was because of people's anger as a result of the drama content and the ensuing sex content, right? And so
did that happen for the political content or for like?
I think that mostly happened with Omaha. I don't think it happened as much with Cincinnati and Wisconsin, but I would say that what's going to happen is if you choose to
wait. I think it's really important to factually have like all the here because it'll inform like my decision making at the time. For the Omaha stuff, the major crash out.
I'm still listening. I have to let my dog out though. I'm listening.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, the Omaha stuff came down to the Rittenhouse comments. That was that. That's what happened in terms of. No, this has to be a requester, Joseph. Fuck.
Sure, but wouldn't that be like a general criticism that you're a hyperbolic character?
Sure, but that's a significantly different thing than what we were talking about before.
Sure. I'll concede that it's substantively different.
Okay.
I
just want to be clear on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so what I would say is, let's say it's PV or a different organization, and they're like, "Hey, Steven, we're still trying to figure out how to do the alternative media stuff. We want you to, do mobilizations for the midterms, or we want you to do this volunteer thing. We want you to do this. We want you to do that in order to try to have a real world effect." Then I think that your greatest critics are going to use the drama content, Mr. Girl, Lav, other characters. Then they're going to use that as a weapon in order to try to derail your real world efforts.
Yeah, at this point, probably, yeah.
Okay. So I'll just say it instead of asking questions. I would say that while the content was enjoyable during 2022, there were people who probably got seriously emotionally damaged as a result. And then as a result of that emotional damage, they're lashing back out at you. And then they're making we divided it into pleasure seeking versus prescriptive moral duties. in my opinion, the pleasure seeking has damaged your capacity to carry out your prescriptive moral duties.
While arguably that might be true, I would say that I mean, there's no way to know how like different aspects of your life, I guess, could change or will change or whatever. So, like for instance, right now I'm not in school. There might be things I'm saying or doing now that would severely hurt my ability to go to law school or something. I don't know, something like that. The nature of my content changed pretty significantly in 2024 in a way that I don't think I would have ever foreseen. So, I mean, like, part of the reasons why my personal life is now a lot more not on stream is as a result of the change of the content. But I don't think in 2023 or before that, I don't think I would have seen my content changing as significantly. So, like, does the prior stuff potentially hamper me now? I mean, to some extent, yeah, probably. But I mean, I don't think I could have foresaw that necessarily.
Okay, then I would say this is something that I catch flack for, but I still believe it sincerely, so I'm going to state it, is that I view a lot of the pleasure-seeking behaviors as correlated with negative consequences. I think that promiscuity, I think that, engaging with multiple partners, having complex relationships, having relationships implode, that might be fun for you. Maybe that's the way that you want to conduct your relationships. But I often, whenever I bump into somebody who is either polyamorous, promiscuous, et cetera, they always seem to be reaping incredibly difficult personal consequences.
Sure, that might be the case. Sure.
I don't know if that's really due to the nature of those relationships themselves, or if the types of people who have those relationships are usually more immature. And that's what I found.
I mean,
usually the types of people with those relationships are very immature.
Yeah, even if this was true, even if I grant all of that, I mean, people have a right to make mistakes in life. People have a right to regret things or do things that they otherwise wouldn't want to do. Like, I think that's fine. I think it's part of being an adult. I think it's part of being a human.
So
I don't think I would necessarily avoid or forego something entirely, because people that engage with it, some people end up regretting things at the end or have a negative view at the end. I mean, like, assuming everybody's an adult, I mean, everybody can make decisions. Like, yeah.
So I guess this is begging the question then, although I might be using that phrase incorrectly. Did you make mistakes in 2022 that you're not going to make going forward?
Hopefully. Well, definitionally, a mistake is something you hope you don't make going forward, right?
Yeah. So is there? Are there things that you did in the past that you're not going to repeat going forward?
Well, are you asking me if I made mistakes, or are you asking me if there's a lifestyle choice that I don't want to repeat? These are different things. Because
can I ask one and then the other?
Sure.
Did you make mistakes?
Of course. Yeah, I've made mistakes probably every single year of my life. I'm sure I've made mistakes.
Okay. And then are you making lifestyle choices that are different compared to 2022 compared to now?
Yeah, I am now for sure. But a lot of it, the majority of it is just because my interests have dramatically changed. Not necessarily because I thought that like...
Can you articulate how?
I think I have a higher penchant for like studying and being more politically focused now. So this is the stuff that's appealing to me more. So it's the primary direction of my content versus before. My interests were like much more varied. So you'd see a much wider variety of stuff on my stream, basically.
How much do you associate this like change in temperament and change in focus? How much do you associate it with medication?
My guess is going to be pretty significantly, but I would want to be careful because some people have like said this, and then some people have like weaponized this as though Destiny said that when he started taking Vyvanse, now he hates sex or something, or he'll never have sex again, like, which is retarded and is not at all the implication that I think anybody should take from that. But it's more just like the style of content or the stuff that I enjoy pursuing on stream is much more focused now on politics and reading and stuff, whereas before it was a lot more varied.
Okay. Then I do want to move into, I think we covered the majority of what it was. So effectively, like, I would describe you as a hedonist. I would describe you as a nihilist. I think you confirm that to some higher level degree. I think that Vegan Gains has contentions with the way that I'm using definitionally and the moral implications that I'm associating with those words.
Wait, it doesn't matter what I don't care about the definitions or anything. It's fine as long as I understand what you're saying and we can have the same conversation. That's fine. I don't care. It's all good.
Well, and I'm trying to summarize to move into the next segment, which I think is important. So, and then you kind of isolated prescriptive moral duties versus pleasure seeking, and you don't see at least in my opinion, what you said is that you don't see these as necessarily in conflict. Just because you have pleasure seeking in a certain aspect of your life doesn't mean that you're not capable of carrying out your higher prescriptive moral duties.
Yeah, of course. I would say that for sure. Everybody would agree with that to some extent. You just have to figure out where to draw the line, right?
Right. So something that I bumped into, or probably the thing that's most contentious within the past couple of months, is obviously all the drama getting revealed. But then with some of your critics, what they've held on to is, I believe, you can correct me at any point, but you called for their docs, and then also said that you kind of wish some of them would die. So could you elaborate on some of that?
Yeah, so one thing that, and everybody plays stupid with this, all of the people involved play stupid with this. There's this very interesting phenomenon set up where, especially for smaller creators, what they do is they'll have these like attack dog communities that all of them constantly reference and participate in. And they, either the lead creators themselves don't do it, or their community in particular doesn't do it, but they'll know that there's a ton of interflow between them and another community that they more or less support, sometimes openly by quoting their stuff constantly and then laughing about it, or sometimes a little bit more covertly, like they'll create a ton of side discords where they'll actually pass information off to and from some of these people. For people that are involved in that, and then for those communities that are doxing and attacking people around me in like overt ways, which they do, and you can see that like very openly. I have absolutely zero regard for those people. I literally have no regard for them. I think that they're the worst, most cowardly types of people. Yeah, and that's, yeah.
And so if I was to try to explain that, back, I guess. So you're saying that the drama farm communities that are effectively like they've latched onto the drama of November, they've latched onto the release of the drama in February, and they continue to make it central to their content now in April. You're accusing them of playing dumb when they're getting their information from websites, doxing websites, or Kiwi Farms is obviously the biggest example. You're saying that they're playing dumb when they're playing footsie with that community while that community is harassing you.
A little bit. I'd like to be more clear here, although at the end of the day, this doesn't matter because everybody wants to weaponize this on both sides. And they should bother you if you're a critic of mine. Actually, for some of these people, it does bother them, and I've seen them say as much. People have a very hard time criticizing somebody for making a mistake or doing something bad or being bad or whatever without going way fucking overboard. So I don't like the term like centered on my drama or weaponizing my drama, because like there are things that you can legitimately criticize me for. And if you want to criticize me for those things, or if you want to talk about news or whatever related to those things, I think it's, for the most part, I think it's fair game, right? I'm a public figure. There's stuff that's posted publicly about me. I talk about something publicly. I think it's fair game. But when those same communities are actively and aggressively trying to dox every single person in my orbit that is trying to, or that like ostensibly appears to be like on my side, now you've crossed into a really disgusting world, I think. So like two exact examples that I can give of this that I think is insane. So that's
actually literally what I was going to ask for was, do you have examples?
Sure. So two things that I think were very interesting. So I hate giving names to these people because I know it feels them, because they get off on my attention because I'm their daddy. But there was a girl called Zoe, met her for a while. We were cool for a long time. She was a super normie person, like didn't even have a disc. What? Oh, you can still hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The dog, I have dumb dogs and they keep wanting in and out.
Go for it.
So I'm here, I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah. Person I know, I shouldn't even use her name or whatever, but person I know seems like a pretty normal, chill person or whatever. We chat for a while, we meet up, everything's cool. This person, as a result of being close to me, right, or as a result of being my friend, there are people on another website that like dox this person and dox her, eventually her boyfriend, until these two people have to literally leave in fear because of the doxes that are posted of them, Jacob and Zoe. And the only reason explicitly why they are doxed is because the person says, these are Destiny's friends and I hate that they support him, so I'm doxing these people, right? And these people leave, and then I don't actually know what happens. I guess they spend a lot of time in the Discord server or whatever. They eventually become like my number one fucking haters. Like at all points in time, they're talking about me constantly. Now, the person that doxed them says, oh, I'm not doxing these people. They're chill. Now the girl herself says, oh yeah, like me and this guy, we're cool now. Like he's not going to dox me. Meanwhile, I remember Tom Foolery tweeted out something that was critical of something Pixie was saying on Twitter. And as soon as he made that one, it was like the softest tweet on Twitter. He's like, oh, I don't know about this particular thing. his tweet gets posted immediately on the other website, and they're like, who is this Tom guy? Does anybody have his docs? Can we find his information? And now there's like this pattern of, if anybody hasn't explicitly separated from me, they're targeted by these other communities, and as long as they're getting any type of response or feedback, they're just going as hard as they can until they can break that person off from me. And a ton of people in, say, so like Gisticle server is a good example of this, where these people do it. A great example of this was Kelly, who I think is permanently banned on Discord right now, and if you see her account anywhere, you can report it and it will be rebanned. Kelly was constantly bringing up stuff about my girlfriend, who's not like really a public figure at all, like trying to post basically like revenge porn of her, or trying to basically dox her, although she'll say it didn't count as doxing. She was just linking separate accounts online. And the reason why Kelly was doing that explicitly, and she said it, was she needs to publicly disavow Steven and make statements. I was like, why? That's fucking weird. So this pattern of trying to isolate a person as much as possible. So for a lot of people who don't respond to it, like Dan, for instance, eventually they leave him alone. Or like for me, like they don't do much for me because they know that I don't give a fuck, right? But then they start targeting people around me. So I hate to give air or power to this or whatever, but right now the only person that seems to be engaging with that criticism, and I don't know why she does it, or maybe she'll eventually stop, is Kyla. And now you can see that all of these communities, and I'm sure you've seen it if you're in fucking Spice Street or whatever, now they're all like hyper obsessed with Kyla and donating to her and watching her stuff and harassing her because she's responding to it. So
no, I mean, I'll say when the drama was, white hot, and orbiters were willing to either comment or not comment, the only thing that would be acceptable to a certain amount of people was, JStock uses the term e-rapist.
E-rapist is the one he likes, yeah.
Yeah, Queeman has used the term sexual predator. Some people have said sex offense registry, and if you have like a sober evaluation, like, hey, this is fucked up. Steven fucked up XYZ as far as I can tell. However, I think that you guys are being crazy. Even that's enough for them to hate.
Also, just to be clear, that is allegedly, that is what Connor is saying, and I am not
allegedly
necessarily saying that. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah. But the point is, from we have information that we're all evaluating. We're all making judgment calls off of what's publicly available, and so unless people are willing to condemn you in the harshest terms possible, that is insufficient for the crusade that is going after your digital head. So yeah,
a little bit, yeah, but it's not, to be clear also, it's not even really about condemnation. It's always about isolation and separating. That's the
goal. They want to punish you.
Yeah.
They want to punish you.
No, punishment implies like behavior change or something. These people just don't want me to be on the internet anymore. They want to get rid of, they want to destroy my stuff online. They want to destroy me basically. So the goal is always, if a person hasn't been harsh enough, and by harsh they mean totally separated, then that person will continue to be targeted over and over and over again until that person has broken it off. And people like Gisticle and Queeman have played into that. So if you're going to like engage in that type of destructive behavior, then I have no concern for you. And then they'll play stupid about it, right? They're like, whoa, well, we've never posted this thing or whatever. But they know what's happening. We're not dipshits. Everybody knows, right? Yeah.
Well,
so I have no concern for those people, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was cross-pollination between psycho drama farmers and non-psychotic drama farmers. That's
sure. Well, that's one issue is, again, like I said, there are legitimate criticisms, of course, you can make of my behavior. There are condemnations that you can make. There are, obviously, I've committed mistakes or done bad things or wrong things. Like, this is all for sure true. But there are so many communities that are poised to just weaponize it in the most extreme way possible. And then if you don't, you end up being targeted by these communities. Yeah.
So here's a common talking point that I've heard brought up, that I'm sure that if I don't bring it up, then there's going to be people who like cry blood. Some people have said, I think I heard this from JStock, was specifically that you're hypocritical because of your interactions with Keffels and your interactions with Anna, where you alluded to them having information on these harassment websites. And so as a result, this is just desserts or karma coming back your way. So how do you feel about them saying that this is either hypocritical or it's karmic balance?
Yeah, I mean, like, you can say these things, but these aren't real criticisms. Like, if you look at my engagement with Anna, so some people like to bring this up and say, like, well, Destiny's mad because people are linking to his kiwi farms. Destiny's mad about that, but he linked to Anna's kiwi farms, right? well, if you look at the two differences in context here, it's not even remotely the same. So like, for instance, for the Anna stuff, like I legitimately was trying to, it goes back and forth, but I think at this point in time, I didn't want anything in my community, I didn't want anybody talking about her, because anytime she would see a statement that she would perceive about her as being incorrect, she would feel the need to start streaming and going off and off on it, and it created this horrible cycle. And I think I said, because what was happening was there was a Kiwi Farms thread that was posted, and everybody kept basically doing what Gisticle servers doing, where they would link it in my chat, like, oh my God, did you say this, did you say that? And I think I said something on stream to the effect of, listen, if you want to talk about her, go to our KF thread and talk about her. Don't do it here. I don't want to see this here. This isn't going to be talked about here. Get out. Okay? That was my statement on it. They're trying to pretend like that statement is the same as the 50 extra Discords and the room that, Gisticle has, where they explicitly talk about all of my stuff on there over and over and over again, and they're linking to it and they're referencing it and talking about it constantly. It's clearly not the same thing. Like if Gisticle or any of those side servers made the same statement about me that I made about Anna, I would be totally fine with that. If they were like, listen, guys, we're not going to talk about their personal shit anymore. If you want to talk about it, or like their docs or whatever, if you want to talk about it, then go to KF and talk about it. I'd be totally fine with that. But clearly that's not what they're doing. Yeah.
Then what Max's criticism of that action is that you are a secret, manipulative genius whose true motivation is not to get that toxic element of your community out. It's to effectively harass Anna into silence. So how do you contend with that criticism?
Yeah, so there's a fun game that's played, and it's very frustrating. But basically, and I think I let myself get controlled by this too much, is that I'm basically unable to defend myself in any way, size, shape, or form without it being seen as some form of control or manipulation. And I think I've actually been too soft on people in the past, or I've been too conciliatory, because if I say anything, oh, he's directing his community to hate this person. Like, okay, well, if I post anywhere, it doesn't count. If I ban a message, I'm controlling. Like, basically, these people use, it's kind of like the other version of the lefty online debater argument, where they'll harass you, and then when you try to say anything back to them, they're like, oh, you're harassing a small content creator. Like the oppressor-oppressee dynamic, that because a person might be smaller than me or whatever, I'm not allowed to say anything back. I reject that framework entirely. I would say from now on, and I've said this for a while, although my personal life isn't as much in the spotlight anymore, if you want to criticize me for being like manipulative or controlling or some shit, then you need to post examples of that. It's not enough to just say, oh, because Destiny spoke about this on stream, he's abusing his power. That's bullshit. Yeah, you have to show more than that, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And then this is probably the, I would say like the last hot question, I guess. And then I want to dig into like moral perspectives on the hot question, I guess. If you'll indulge me with an articulation. So doxing, in my opinion, the reason why so many creators view it as like a total violation of etiquette is because we're all creators. We're all trying to make money on the internet. And so as a result, like having law enforcement officers kick in our doors, having sociopaths show up to our doorways, having people send pizzas or threaten us, or rape threats or death threats or whatever that is enabled by doxing is a bridge too far. If we're going to dislike each other and hate each other, then we should do it here, where we talk shit about each other, talk shit about each other's ideas. And then we just kind of like, this is the playing field, not the real world, right? That's kind of like the doxing etiquette, right? And then calling for death, like, saying, oh, I wish these people would fucking die, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people, including myself sometimes, will view that as a stochastic call to violence, where effectively what you're doing is, if you're getting a dox and you're saying that this person should die, you're kind of hoping that somebody will pull a John Lennon, and they'll just be like a schizo, and they'll be like, yes sir, Mr. Destiny, and then they'll actually show up to one of your critics' doorways and then actually kill them. And so the question there is, that's the general perception of doxing and death threats and talking about wanting people dead online. Why? You kind of already answered this a little bit, but why did you cross that line recently?
So this is just probably a thing that will never happen, and I understand that, and that's fine, I guess. I've come to accept it. I wish that when people would be critical of these positions, I wish they would stop to ask ever, like, I wonder why that person said this, because I think one of the great atrocities that has been committed is happening right now in our political system, and it also happens online, is people will engage in deplorable behavior, and then when somebody basically returns it in kind, all of a sudden they cry victim. If people really truly feel this way about doxing and all that, it sure would have been interesting to see them say anything about that in regards to these communities that have been doing it to me for so long. And at this point, I've been swatted in the past year. I've been swatted twice. I've had over 100 food deliveries show up to my apartment, and I've had people that are doxing my family members, my girlfriend, and basically tons of people around me. And there are people that are aware of the communities doing this, that still reference those communities, link to those communities, joke with those communities, and have other Discords created with members of those communities. I have zero care in the world for you crying about anything that I say about you whatsoever. And I wish that other people had a similar perspective, because I think you're enabling that behavior. If you want to live in a world where we don't talk about docs or anything like that, that's fine. But you need to take and it has to be a proactive stance against it. It can't be well, we've never posted your full address in our Discord, so it's okay. That's my position on it.
So it's the plain cute and cross-pollination between the psycho communities and the drama communities?
Yeah, but it's not just cross-pollination. Like, it is an active coordination between these communities. It's very active. And like everybody knows it. Like, people are DMing between these communities and shit. So
okay, then I mean I'll accept that. Then the next thing is actually a quote from Richard Nixon that I watched earlier this stream, and he was saying that a lot of people appeal to the golden rule, right? Treat others as you want to be treated. And he was talking about Russia, and he's like, well, with Russia, the golden rule doesn't work, and so the golden rule that you have to abide by is do unto Russia as they are doing unto you. And then Henry Kissinger said plus 10%. And so my question is, oftentimes with Christian morality, there's always an appeal to turn the other cheek. And I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm asking for your moral perspective. Are you an eye for an eye, Old Testament, do unto others as they are doing to you, instead of do unto others what you wish they would do to you?
I mean, I'll treat anybody with respect initially. Like, all of my initial, like, I'm always going to give somebody the benefit of the doubt initially, but I'm not going to go out of my way to do favors for you or to be protective of you if you're going out of your way to be like destructive or violent towards me. And I don't think anybody should have that expectation.
Okay, so do you think that the classic saying is treat others as you would like to be treated? You'll use that, if I'm hearing you correctly, you'll use that as an initial like etiquette, but then once it goes hard, it kind of goes to do unto others as they are doing to you.
Yeah, or I'll just assume they're living by that etiquette of do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. And if they're engaging in basically doxing and harassing behavior, I guess I don't care about it then.
Okay. And then this is a question that I think logically extends, which is just how do you think that this extends out into our current politics, where we're obviously in the Trump era of like mutually assured destruction, where our counterparties don't seem to care about the brinksmanship or violence or death in politics that they're causing. And so as a result, it doesn't seem like turning the other cheek works. And it doesn't really seem that like being reciprocal in violence or political violence works either. So how do you feel like
reciprocal does work? I don't think the reciprocity has happened. I think that's why we're at the point we are now. I think
because we've been turning the cheek for too long.
Not kind of, but like nobody has viewed it as turning the cheek. People have engaged in a whole bunch of weird behavior to either pretend that the other side had done it first, or that that one side wasn't doing a particular thing. Like, I think there's a pretty strong deterrent effect when people see behavior as like unacceptable. But when people start to normalize that behavior or see it as acceptable, then people have, a certain view on it, or they'll cry victim when it happens to them. But yeah, I think that reciprocity is a really important, a tit for tat type of thing. Yeah.
Okay. I have one more point question, and then I have personal questions that might be too personal for you to answer, and I'm okay with you saying like, hey, this is too personal. So the first thing is, let's say we're a year out, the court case is either settled or it's done in whatever way, and you are effectively free from whatever shackles that were put on you socially and politically in order to pursue your own ambitions, both IRL and online. What is the next project once everything is settled?
I'm not really sure right now. Like in the prior thing, the thing that I was looking at the most was like a media company, but I spent a good deal of time like evaluating other talent and stuff. And it's just really hard to find people that do, I guess, like stuff that I would like to wholeheartedly support. And then my own stuff, even just political takes, can be really spicy. So it can cause a lot of collateral damage. I don't know if I want like a whole organization that might be riding on that. I'm not sure. So yeah,
what about the
I guess I'm just waiting for
IRL political activism?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably still continue to do stuff like that, like door knocking and stuff. Although I feel like there's probably a bigger effect we could be having. But
the reason why I'm asking, this is true regardless of whether or not drama critics believe it to be true or not, is that PV I think statistically they said that they contacted 1.6 million people over the course of 2 years through the canvassing houses and the canvassing operations. And in my experience, bear in mind I didn't see their internal metrics, but I would say that between like 60 and 80% of the canvassing operations were DGG. And so as a result, DGG was like the engine of those 1.6 million voter contacts. And so my annoyance, I guess, part of the reason why I wanted to have this conversation was because if we waste that community effort, that energy in order to try to have a real world impact, I'll view that as I don't know, we were talking about like prescriptive moral duties or something. I would view that as like a destruction of the prescriptive moral duty. So you kind of already answered my question, but I just want to share my perspective on that.
Yeah, I think that would probably be bad. Yeah.
Okay. Then Vegan Gains, I'm actually almost... Sorry, what's that?
I think there's a lot of potential to do like politically active stuff. It's one of my biggest complaints about all left-leaning creators online is that they don't seem to do anything. So yeah, I would want to continue to do stuff like that if possible. Yeah.
Okay. Then these questions might be too personal, but they're also the last things that I had written down. So you can either just say, hey, I don't want to talk about that, or you can answer it depending on your view. So how do you view, people gave me shit because I described some of your known upbringings. How do you view your childhood?
That's a super broad question. There are some things that I had struggles with. There are some things that were like super beneficial. It just depends. I would say on the net, I think I was probably like way better off than definitely most people in the world. Probably better off, I think, than most people in the country. Hopefully, maybe. Or
so I made a psychological argument and a historical argument, and you can disagree with me. There was a piece of content that was called "My Early Life Was Bizarre" or something like that. And it's probably like a decade old. It might be like 8 years old now. But one of the things that you talked about was effectively the fact that your parents were so busy with their side hustles and their shenanigans that oftentimes you were alone. And so you had to be emotionally reliant on yourself and resilient.
Sure, and then, yeah, probably a lot of resiliency growing up. Yeah, the main reason why I don't like to do the psychoanalysis stuff is because there's a lot of people that have. I would say the norm is nobody really cares to try to understand anything. People are usually just digging through my past because they want to explain or pathologize some behavior. So in my mind, most of those conversations are incredibly boring because it's just people looking to affirm whatever like biases they have of me. I think this is an incredibly
okay. Well, then I'll cut to the chase. Okay. So my argument would be that your childhood experiences, and in particular getting emotionally attached to some of the animals that your grandma took care of and then them being euthanized without a good reason, would be partially responsible for your emotional callousness.
It's possible. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say it's impossible. Yeah. Or that everything impacted me growing up. Yeah.
Okay. Then I mean, if you're just saying possible, I'm putting it at plausible, but I'm not going to argue with you about your own life experience.
Well, I mean, approaching the past with some humility. I mean, like it could be that some things had a dramatic impact on me and I don't even realize it. It could be that some things that I thought were super impactful were nowhere near as impactful. That I don't know. I can't really say. But I'm sure on the aggregate, that's probably a more impactful thing than not. Sure.
Okay. And then you have a teenage boy, right? Yep. So your kids, obviously kids, they look up to their parents, they look up to role models in society. You also have tens of thousands of young men who listen to you on a day-to-day basis as a streamer. So what parts of you do you wish that they would emulate? And what parts of you do they wish they wouldn't have?
For people in general or for my own son?
I would love to hear answers to both. What do you do that you want? If Nathan does it when he's an adult, you would be proud of him for doing. And then what things do you do that you would be like, I wish he would avoid that?
I mean, I guess, I mean, I feel like I'm a very independent person, which I think is generally good. So ideally it, you know, the problem is like every trait can be good and every trait can be bad. So I'm very independent. The positive side of that is that I can be extremely, unique and thoughtful when it comes to approaching certain political issues or certain life-related issues. Just a lot like that unique, thoughtful aspect is good. The flip side of that is that I could also be stubborn, or take too long to learn a particular thing might be bad. Rather than learning from somebody else's experiences or something else, it ends up taking me some personal experience or something. And like everybody to some extent is like this. But yeah, so I guess like you could say like my intellectual curiosity is a good thing. My stubbornness maybe is a bad thing. Although stubbornness can also be like, it just depends. Too much is probably not good. Obviously, too much is not good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. When I do content online, the behavior that I'm trying to get people to emulate the most is being able to read and do research and to be able to have like a good logical processing engine for stuff that they're evaluating. That's the main stuff I want people to take away from me online. So if you read something, how can you critically analyze it? And then when you're going to do research on a thing, like what's a good way to do research? Like what epistemic foundation can we start from? How do we decide what's good information or what's bad information? And then, what heuristics can we apply for stuff we don't know as much about? That's generally what I try to get people to emulate from me online. Yeah.
Okay. Then actually, I came up with one more funny thing that I want to talk about. But if I heard you correct, and I'm summarizing your statement back to you, you want people, and Nathan presumably, to be independent, to be curious, to be insightful, to be capable of doing research, to have logic and persistence. However, you think that two of your flaws potentially are being stubborn and learning lessons the hard way.
Sure, that could be it, yeah. Oh, another thing I would say, and I've absolutely and utterly failed in communicating this to my fan base. Hopefully Nathan does a better job, but who knows? I really value variety in people. So I think a person who's capable of enjoying, like sports and video games, or science and art, or philosophy and computer programming, like having a variety of traits and appreciating a variety of different types of people, I think is one of the coolest traits of a person. I've utterly failed in communicating that interest to my to my fan base, but that would be a thing that I would hope my son would take up. Yeah, because you can learn a lot of different interesting things from a lot of different types of people. Most people are only capable of like existing in their own community or doing their own hobbies, and they don't see any value in stuff that's too far outside the perimeters of that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then that wraps up my things, but I want to do one more mental exercise. And it's something that I bumped into recently that talks about false idols. It's a Jordan Peterson and Dr. Arthur Brooks thing. And basically, there's four things: money, pleasure, power, and fame. Okay. And with these four things, the goal is to figure out which thing you value the most. And so as a result, the intellectual exercise is effectively to eliminate them in sequence of which one you are okay with having the mean of the population. So basically, like if let's say you pick money as a thing that you could do without, you won't be rich, but you won't be poor. All of your bills will be paid and your life will be okay, but you're going to have the same as everybody else. And so between money, pleasure, power, and fame, which one are you eliminating first?
Is this for me personally, or what I would hope an average person would say?
You.
The first one would probably easily be money, I think.
Okay. So you are, compared to the other things, you would rather have money over, or you would rather have the average amount of money compared to everybody else, compared to those other three things. So we got pleasure, power, and fame. What's the next one that you would eliminate?
Probably fame.
Okay. So now we're down to power, so capacity, and then fame, like notoriety. So which
fame
one
would
are
be
you
eliminated, right?
next? What's that?
I eliminated fame. I would eliminate money, then fame, then pleasure, and then power would probably be the last one, I guess.
Okay. Okay, cool. I mean, that's literally the exercise. So
what is meant by power?
So power just means capacity. So like political capacity, social capacity, the ability to bring your vision of what you want the world to be into manifestation.
Yeah, so then that's a stupid question.
Why?
Power would Power gives you everything. It gives you pleasure, it gives you freedom, it gives you money, it gives you fame.
That's why that's true. The point of the exercise wouldn't be that you would just use the power to maximize the other three things. I think it's just asking what you value.
Yeah, it's a question. Just to explain the thought exercise, it's called the false idols. That's what Arthur Brooks and Jordan Peterson were talking about. And oftentimes they say that the easiest way to identify your false idol, the thing that you are willing to compromise all other values for, is to see what are the things that you will compromise every other value for. That's like the easiest way to identify it. And then the next thing is, what is it? Through these four things, which one do you value the most? And so by doing a process
the right
of
answer
elimination,
is power.
What's that?
The correct answer is power.
Is the thing that should be most valued?
Yeah. Like that's just a stupid question.
But it's not. And the reason why is because there's different kinds of human beings. Well, and by the way, I don't care if we open it up. So if vegan gains, I don't know, Steven, if you still want to hang out. But the
yeah, you can open up a little, sure.
What's that?
Yeah, you can open up a little, sure.
Okay. So the
like it actually sounds like a woman would ask that kind of stupid question. It's like a multiple choice question a woman would come up with. Like women
isn't that
tend
sexist?
To...
So hold on, vegan gains. Let me explain it and let me fight with you a little bit, okay? So the point is, there are people who value money more than power, because with power comes a correlated amount of responsibility. And then there are people who value pleasure. Yes. There are people who value pleasure more than anything else. We're moving from one segment into the next segment, and 100% there's people who value pleasure more than anything else, because they don't care if they have money, they don't care if they have power, they don't care if they have fame. They just want to be on a beach somewhere drinking alcohol and having sex. So there are 100% people who prioritize these things differently.
The only way to get those things is with a requisite amount of power.
But you can have a modicum of power and achieve these other things.
Well, the whole point of the question is if you could have it without having to have power, right? Is the way the question is phrased.
Well, it's also you also have a moderate amount compared to everybody else. So it's not no money, it's not no power. It's like, do you want to be president of the United States, or do you want to be a teacher in your local community? Both of those positions have power, but one of them has insanely more power than the other. And you can still achieve money, pleasure, and fame while being a average powerful person.
Well,
it's not no power.
Again, if we're defining power as the ability to effectuate whatever outcome you want, then power would be the correct option. Because if you value anything other than power, then having power would get you whatever the hell you want.
But I don't think that's the point of the
question,
exercise.
though, is that, yeah. And also, if power would get you whatever you would want, then technically power would be an irrational answer. You would just pick that thing that you want, right? So, for instance, let's say that you were like, well, I would just choose power because that could get me tons of money. Well, then why not just pick money?
Also, bro, we're kind of on the playground right now, and you're like, well, I choose a superpower to have all superpowers. That's what you're doing. It's like, I'm saying like invisibility, flight, healing, or the power to have all powers. And you're like, the power to have all powers, but that's not really what I'm saying.
Well, again, you defined power as the ability to effectuate whatever desired outcome you want.
Sure.
So if
and there's Genghis Khan,
so that would be,
and there's school teacher. Not everybody wants to be Genghis Khan.
Yes, but again, if power gets you what you want, then the fundamental desire you should have is power.
Okay. There's plenty of people who disagree with you, and they're okay with a modicum of power.
And they're wrong.
Okay.
I think that's just a stupid question. Jordan Peterson's like he cries when he watches Pinocchio. I mean,
don't?
He's not somebody I take seriously. That just sounds like a stupid question.
Okay. Well, you can go call Arthur Brooks stupid to his face.
Yeah, that's just a dumb question. He's
a doctor and a CEO, and he's a doctor in psychology. So you can go, and I'm not talking about Jordan Peterson. I'm talking about Arthur Brooks. So you can go find Arthur Brooks and call him a moron.
Psychology is the thing you do if you are an idiot. Like that is the dumbest field of study. It is, especially now. It is the dumbest field of study.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say this to you because it is the way that I feel. I think presuming that people who are like masters in their field are stupid without having consumed their content individually probably is a pretty arrogant thing to say.
If you'd come up with a question like that, that's idiotic.
Why is it idiotic to have people evaluate what they value most in their lives?
Well, again, these things are interrelated for one thing. I think that's the fundamental issue. Money gets you
the
power.
question is, what do you
power
value
gets you
most?
Money. Sorry?
What do you value most?
Well, right, but the issue is, if power is at the top of the totem pole that can effectuate any other desire, then power is the right answer. I don't know if that was his intention of designing the question, but there's a clear right
Let me give you an
answer.
example. Let me give you an example rather than you just calling these people stupid, okay? There are things that people will compromise for money, as an example. So we all know Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson is a dipshit shill who doesn't have an ounce of integrity in his entire fucking body.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so as a result, he effectively is a MAGA propagandist every single day that he goes online, and he says the dumbest shit ever. Okay. And so there is something that is motivating that behavior. And it's not power, because Benny Johnson is not a powerful person. He doesn't hold public office. He doesn't have particular amount of firearms. He doesn't, wield an army. He is not motivated by power. He's motivated by something else. And so he's motivated likely by either money or fame. And so if you sat down Benny Johnson and you asked him, okay, we know it's not power because you're not a powerful person. What motivates you at this job? Is it because you want to be famous, because you want to be a household name, or is it because you want money? He can answer yes, but the truth is that there is one motivation that is going to outweigh the other. And you understand
I don't even know how you can make that assessment. So Benny Johnson, he's not particularly smart. Well, he's not smart at all, really. He is not particularly likable. He's not able to really climb any kind of big totem
wait, hold on,
pole
because I have other things I'm doing tonight. I don't want to waste all the time on. Okay, the point of the thought experiment is when it's asking you what you want, it's trying to serve as a proxy for the things that you value the most in life. So somebody who wants money, I haven't read this list or whatever, but I'm guessing somebody who wants money probably has an attachment to some sort of consumerist or consumption-based behavior or vanity. They want cars, they want big houses, they want something like that. Somebody who wants fame is probably somebody who's like desiring attention from people. Somebody who wants people to know about who they are or to feel important in that way. Somebody who wants pleasure is probably somebody who just wants to be able to pursue things that are just fun or happy or things that make them feel good in life. And somebody that wants power is somebody that feels like they have some sort of ability to force other people to consider or to take on the things that they believe are true or real. They want to exercise that power in some way. Yes, you can defeat the hypothetical by saying, well, if I choose money, then I could just use money to get all the power. Well, then you're just after power and you've defeated the entire purpose of the hypothetical. Or if you say, well, fame is good because if I use fame, I can be famous and get a lot of money. Well, in that case,
the fundamental problem.
It's not a problem. No,
that's not a problem. That is a
testing
problem.
To see what the price. No, because the problem's not asking you. We're about to send you into the future, and you need to pick the optimal lifestyle choice to get what you want. It's just trying to serve as a proxy for what are the things that you enjoy in life.
Well, it's also hold on. There also needs to be one more
problem.
point while we're trying to get through to you. Is it's not no money, no pleasure, no power, no fame. It's the average. So pleasure would be like you can have sex and you can have sex
that's not relevant.
but you're going to have the average amount of the population.
Well, look, that is an issue because if you're trying to determine what somebody values more and they're not really sure, but they associate money with power, or they associate power with fame, or power with money, or fame with money, or fame with power, then because these things are so closely interrelated with one another, that is a huge problem for somebody who's not sure what they value.
So that can be an issue, but that is baked into the hypothetical, and it's my guess is that's why he asks you to eliminate one thing at a time. So if the first thing you eliminate, so for me, the first thing was money. I don't give a fuck. There are like the fact that I would eliminate that first means that if my top thing ended up being fame or power, then those two things are probably a lot more closely connected than me using my fame or power to get more money, right? Or if the first thing you eliminate is pleasure, then it says something about the type of person.
It's not the thing that he worships most in this life.
Yeah, but if your top two things end up being something like end up being, we'll say money and fame are your top two things, then that's probably going to be a different type of person than the top two things being like fame and power or power and pleasure.
Yeah, like
right?
Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt is wild, and dude, you're acting like we're being obtuse, but we're not being obtuse. We're explaining it exactly, and then we're also bringing up real world examples. Brad Pitt doesn't care about being powerful. He doesn't care about power. He cares about money and fame.
Why?
If he cared
though?
about power, he would live a totally different life.
Yeah, but I don't know how you can necessarily assume that because
he's
fame
not a politician.
and money
He doesn't
give you
command
power.
Armies. He's not in charge of law
Yes,
enforcement
but
departments.
you
He's
may
not
not
a lawyer.
Necessarily.
Yes,
fame and money
yes,
doesn't
yes,
necessarily
but-
give you power, right?
Yes, but he may not be interested in controlling an army. He may be interested in fucking as many hot girls as you want.
So
That
that'd be
is a type
pleasure,
of
right?
power.
No,
well,
it's
that's
might be
also a type of
power.
power.
If you want to say
And
that's a type
he
of
may
power,
not.
then you're being reductionist. Then you're being reductionist, right?
I'm not being reductionist.
That is reductionist because now in that case, everything is power, right? Can you name me a single example of a thing in life that's not about power?
Again, that is the issue. These things
Okay,
are
but if
so
that's- No, it's not.
interrelated, and if power gets you all of these things, this question is just silly.
No,
okay, then what
it's
word
not.
would you
You're
use
being
instead?
obtuse.
Wait. If there was a
I'm not
different
being
word you could
obtuse.
use instead of power, then what would you use instead?
I would not ask that. Like, I don't know what the point of the question is, but I would maybe use a much more specific line of questioning that's contextual. So rather than just talking about power or money or fame, just definitionally, I would maybe create a context of you live in this house, you have this job, you have this amount of notoriety. Which would you take away first? I would ask it. I would ask it in a more contextual way. Like, you're the president of the United States. You live in a big mansion, and
then you already know it's
you have
power.
the smoke and. Yeah, so those do so those things talk about power, money, and pleasure, but it's contextual in a way where you're not like again.
But
if
I
we're
can
just
already
going
give
to
you
apply,
examples.
Let me try. Hold on. Wait. Let me try this. Okay, you have an animal farm of 100 horses. Okay, with this animal farm, you could either open it up so that you and some friends can have the best orgies with these horses ever, and you've made them into the perfect pleasure sex bots, or you could butcher all the horses and sell their meat, okay, for a ton of money, or you could train them to be the best show horses ever, and people will view you as the best horse trainer in the world, or you could film little documentaries about each of them to make everybody in the world vegan. Which one would you rather do?
well, the vegan option.
Okay, so the vegan option there would be the equivalent of power. You're utilizing or leveraging some resources to effectuate some kind of change in the world. So you're trying to exercise some power there. And that's more important to you than the pleasure of fucking the animals. It's more important to you than the fame that you'd get from training them and being seen as the best
That
horse
makes more
trainer ever.
sense.
And
That question makes more sense.
Okay.
Because if
and my
you're
guess
just
is the
going
second
to
highest that
use
you'd probably do would probably be the something related to like the training. Right?
again,
yeah.
if you don't contextualize these things and you just define power as the ability to effectuate whatever outcome you want, then the other questions are completely and utterly irrelevant.
I'll extend you an olive branch, but obviously in the context of this conversation, I was talking to Stephen about Stephen, right? So he has to evaluate. When I ask him these things in sequence, what are you eliminating first? Stephen has money. Stephen has access to pleasure. Stephen has a modicum of power, and Stephen has a modicum of fame. So he has to eliminate those things one by one in order to see which one is most important to his life and the way that he prioritizes and affects those way in the world. Also, this exercise isn't just to identify like your vice, right? Like it isn't just to identify the worst part of your personality. It's also for people to realize what they truly value. And so, for instance, like with Brad Pitt, you said that it could be all three. He could want pleasure, money, and fame and power all at the same time. But that's not the question. The question is, what does he value most between the four? And if you ask Brad Pitt this in a series of questions, he would be able to eliminate each value sequentially until you arrive at the final answer.
I understand that, but when you ask these questions generally, the power answer makes all the other questions completely irrelevant if it's
I don't think so.
generalized. If it's more specific and contextual, that's a different story. I think there's
well,
also
then that's my fault for
issue.
not making it specific and contextual.
Okay, yeah, well, that's not your fault. That's Jordan Peterson and whatever his name's fault. There's also a cultural issue. If like money is like culturally tied to power, that can also cause a huge issue.
Sure. I'm sure that, like, for instance, like with Japanese people or whatever who view like work as status, I'm sure that there would be a problem where they would have difficulty separating money from power or esteem. Right.
Right.
But so I'm sure that there would be like some cultural communication issues. However, I think that if you do individualize it, and like you said, make it context dependent, like so for instance, with you, my presumption is that you would be pursuing probably, I would say, like fame in the pursuit of power. I would say power, but you're trying to achieve power through fame. Money and pleasure are secondary. That would be my guess. Because veganism
main
isn't going
to.
If you became a congressman, you would not create. Correct me if I'm wrong. Veganism is a large part of your channel. You wouldn't be able to achieve power in order to change veganism through the halls of Congress, because you would just be one Congress member, right? So the traditional path to power is not the way that you should go. The way that you should go is through advocacy and public advocacy. And so as a result of public advocacy, you achieve secondarily fame and money. And then pleasure is just a part of your life. You might, bang some chicks. You might have some fun. You might do some drugs every now and then. But that's not the reason why you get up in the morning. That would be my guess.
The only drugs I've ever done are mushrooms and a little bit of weed. And the mushrooms
And then are you polyamorous or promiscuous, or do you have orgies?
No.
Then you're probably pleasure is probably not your primary motivating factor.
It's very low on the totem pole. Yeah, very low.
So logically,
I think also how you define pleasure can also be a little bit of an issue.
Sure.
Because so you can. I think fulfilling your desire is what's pleasurable, and if your desire is, say, to be big and strong and jacked, like me, the alpha male vegan Chad, those things that you need to do to get there are not in and of themselves pleasurable. So working out, like, that's hard. Discipline, that's hard. Eating a certain particular diet, that's hard. But achieving that goal, the ideal male physique like me, that is the pleasure. And pleasure-seeking behavior isn't necessarily hedonistic. I really, really hate weed, morphine I've been on, and like heroin and other opiates. It's basically the same as morphine, only slightly different. I hate those drugs. Like I was on morphine when I was in the hospital for an E. coli infection, and I was also prescribed what is it? Not codeine or Vicodin. Percocets. No, Percocets. I really hate those drugs. I just feel crappy on them. Even though I get high and I get that kind of pleasure sense, I don't like it. It's hard to explain.
But this is where it goes back to the earlier part of the conversation, where I think Stephen differentiated prescriptive moral duties and pleasure seeking. And the reason why is because you can get pleasure through fulfilling your duties. So you get pleasure through public advocacy for veganism and through working out and getting fit and all that kind of stuff. But I think that most people would not call you a traditional hedonist.
Well, fundamentally, fulfilling your desires is pleasurable. And if your desire is just like instant gratification and you don't care about helping people or bettering yourself or any of these things that a lot of other people value, then your pleasure-seeking behavior will be things like casual sex, drugs. I don't like casual sex. I've done it before and I just didn't find it interesting. I don't like most drugs. I've done them and I don't like them. I've only really done weed medicinally to deal with anger issues, and mushrooms, again, that was for depression. So I like, when you talk about what do you care most, pleasure, like that's another issue with that sort of line of questioning. What I find pleasurable is fulfilling my desires, like making people vegan. So is pleasure going to be low on the totem pole? Like, what is meant by pleasure? Like, when you ask that sort of question to any particular individual, unless it's contextualized in a way where it's like, okay, well, are you talking about just casual sex, drugs, or are you talking about things that you actually find pleasurable personally? If what you find pleasurable personally is achieving the most amount of power, then what? I don't know. I just see it as a stupid question.
Well, we've explained it a few times. So, Steven, Queeman said that I'm gay if I don't ask this question. Were you ever diddled as a kid?
That's a really weird question. We'll just say people can have their own sexual fantasies about me in their free time if they want. And I know that Queeman,
all right,
I love to fantasize.
Listen,
about that,
Queeman, you DM'd me. You asked me to ask the question. I asked the question. I'm not gay, and Steven gave you an answer. So there we go. Okay. All right. Well, Vegan Gains, I'm gonna add you.
I sent you a friend
and then
request.
if you want to schedule a time that we can debate, moral philosophy or something, I'm down in general. I do have a chat that I need to attend to for another hour, and I do have some planned content that I want to get to. So basically, but I'm down in general. Like if Steven or Vegan Gains, if you say, hey, this is a topic I want to talk to, I want to have a 3 or 4 person panel on this topic, let's all get in there and fight about it. I'm down. So it is what it is. So Steven, you got anything else before I dip out?
I think I'm good.
Okay. And then Vegan, good to see you again. And I wish you very well in all your endeavors. And if you want to hang out and chit chat soon, I'll be very much down.
All right. I'll message you.
Okay. Bye, buddy. All right. Give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. Let me go full screen. Okay. So that is, J-Stock and Chud and Queeman, they don't have to like that conversation. I don't expect them to like that conversation. I'm sure that they would prefer me to go harder, to talk more smack, to bring up more personal issues, all that kind of stuff. But I'm just going to be real. I'm just going to say what's on the top of my brain. Steven has been, in my opinion, in the space. I joined the space in 2019. I didn't know who Destiny was at the time. I debated Mike from PA. I debated Mike from PA. I got on the Dylan Burns show. From Dylan Burns, I got onto Prime Kai. And then for Prime, I was like his heel on his show for like 6 months. But Destiny, of course, looms over the space. And so I watched his drama, his debate, and all that stuff for probably 3 or 4 years. So I've had a parasocial digital relationship with Steven for 3 years before we ever hung out. Like we had like multiple conversations, debates, all that kind of stuff. Then in 23, 24, the PV thing happened and we had an excuse to hang out in person. So I went down to Miami a couple of times to help with logistic stuff for PV. And then also we met in Cincinnati, and I think we might have met in Milwaukee as well. I can't remember everybody who was at Milwaukee. I think he was there as well. And so I had a great time associating with DGG, even if they hate me, I don't really care. And then I had a great time, associating with Destiny. But I always knew that he was a gooner, right? Like I always knew that he had all these relationships. He had an open marriage. There was emotional issues between him and Melina. There was accusations of cheating, this, that, the other. But I kind of always just chalked that up, right? I was just like, Destiny's going to goon. I think it's wrong. But it's not anything that anybody really cares about in this space. So I'm not going to lose any sleep over Destiny being, as Ryan Beard would say, a goofy gooner. Right. And then I'm sensitive to the fact that by being a quote unquote goofy gooner, I know that people view that as a minimization of his negative behaviors in 2022. There was all this fallout, right? In late 24, early 25. And some of it is bad. Like he's saying that you can leverage reasonable criticism at Steven. I think that sharing homemade pornography is probably not the best move if you don't want that homemade pornography to get leaked. So obviously that's bad. When it comes to the accusations of audio recording people without their consent while engaged in consensual sexual behavior, that's obviously bad. However, I think, just sharing my opinion, Queeman, J-Stock, Kelly Jean, etc., they're either being hyperbolic or they're not connected to reality when they say that he should be in prison for multiple years. He should be on the sex offense registry. He should lose his digital career. He should this, he should that. And what I noticed is that hyperbole in the early months was like, no, this is going to happen. He's going down. He sucks. He's a criminal, blah, 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 blah. Whereas now the rhetoric has changed to, well, it's not going to happen. He's not going to jail. He's not going to prison. He might lose his court case, but he should, right? He should go to jail. He should go to prison. He should this. He should that. And so as a result, I feel like the rhetoric that I was receiving in the first 48 to 72 hours of the drama has cooled down substantively, even with Steven's most ardent critics. And so as a result, like I said, that I was going to have, I'm not going to be Steven's best friend, unless, of course, he invites me over to dinner and we actually spend time together. But, like I will, if he wants to talk about something, if he wants to talk about moral philosophy, if he wants to talk about current events, if he wants to talk about my perspectives on things, if he wants to talk about geopolitics, we don't have to be best friends in order to be creative collaborators. And so I don't excuse his bad behavior, but I also don't think that he's a sexual predator that needs to be cast to the wind. I think that's a vastly exaggerated opinion that will in the next year or two, if Steven's revealed to be substantively worse than what we presently know, of course things can change. But based off of currently available information, I think his digital career is going to survive. And I think that he's probably not going to jail or prison. And he has a 50-50 shot of either settling or winning his court case. So that's it. That's all I got for you. Doobie still hits around sometimes. He's on Prime or Wix sometimes. Yeah, E-Rapist is ridiculous. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Well, QC John says, haha, I forgot about that part, Christian. Yeah, Mad Compass, always best, Connor. Yeah, so I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to check out a few comments, and then we'll get back into it. Woo! Conservative liberalism says he just wants to posture above the question. Yeah, like, dude, I'll talk to Vegan another time. We'll have a debate or a conversation another time. But obviously, the question isn't, well, which one of these things would you use to achieve the other things so you can maximally satisfy your life? That's not the question. The question is, we are going to eliminate these things in sequence based off of what you value most. So out of these four things, what would you eliminate first? And you're not going to be poor, but you're not going to, like, as an example, you're not going to be poor. You're not going to be rich. You're going to have the average amount of money. You're not going to be that Italian guy who had lots of sex, and you're not going to be an asexual. You're going to have the normal amount of sex for the average part of the population. You're not going to be Genghis Khan, or you're not going to be, a peasant, a medieval peasant. You're going to have the average amount of power. And then you're not going to be Brad Pitt, and you're not going to be, You're not going to be Brad Pitt, and you're not going to be some gas station clerk from West Virginia. You have a moderate amount of fame. And so what you do is you eliminate which ones that you care about first, or wait, you eliminate the ones that you care about the least progressively, so you can identify which one of those values is actually motivating you in order to participate in potentially negative behaviors. So that's the exercise. And it's not like a hard sciences thing. It's a soft science thing. It's just a way to consider what you care about. Conservative liberalism says they're not closely related. You're talking about one being a means to the other. Yeah, I get that they're correlated, but they're not causally linked, and they are different priorities. Clooney cares about power. He donates usually to the DNC. That's true. but he likely used his motivations for fame and his motivations as money in order to achieve power. If he was more interested in power, then he would have run for Congress, or he would have been like a military or law enforcement leader, right? We're using different definitions of power. I don't even think we were, to be honest. Blunt rotation with vegan gains. I'll take Peterson crying. Rude. Jonah Boy says, oh, brother, the same question with extra steps. Yeah. K Soko, my God, the definition of bad faith. Okay, you guys are being mean. I haven't heard vegan speak in probably over a decade. Did something happen? Whatever. He needs protein. He doesn't just need protein. He has plenty of protein. He needs animal-based protein. Found something he has in common with Peterson, says Christian Valeris. Rude. Weld QC John says, you started a war with Demon Mama. I don't remember that one. I don't remember. I remember my first panel with Demon Mama being about terrorism, and then she made the military equivalent to terrorism, and then I yelled at her for like 40 minutes. And I still feel justified, but I did learn something that night. Well, QC John says, haha, I forgot about that part, Christian. Yes. Eric Dom says, Chud, queermen, and Jew stalkers should get off their effing couches. We'll see how it works. E-rapist is ridiculous as Razzle Smasher. Indeed. Conservative liberalism says criminality could still be a possibility, but will it get proven? Probably not. If he's recording acts without consent and then sending things around without consent, I'd say that's pretty predatory. It can be, but as far as I understand it, it's like audio. And so there's something called digital voyeurism in the state of Florida. Digital voyeurism is recording somebody without their knowledge with video in order to expose them in a sexual context. And this isn't video, it's audio. So that statute doesn't apply. And then as far as sharing it without consent or recording without consent, that could be classified as like a wiretapping law, but the state prosecutor would have to put it that way. And then when it comes to disseminating pornographic content without consent, that's civil, not criminal. In order for it to be criminal, it would have to be revenge, meaning that he's spreading it around intentionally to get it maximally viewed so he can damage the public reputation of the other involved party, which to my knowledge is not the case. Probably not the kind of man Valor wants to promote. I mean, I agree there. Yeah. It wasn't about promotion. I'm not promoting Steven, right? I'm not saying like, oh yeah, Steven's the best, go to his stream. No, I want you to watch my stream, right? But he is a interesting, controversial, alternative media pundit who has been on the block for a long time. And so questioning him about his moral philosophy and digging into drama, I'm just going to be real. It's going to get viewership, right? If the average video gets, 200 to 300 views on Valor, I expect, challenging Destiny on his moral philosophy, that is probably going to get, 400 views, 500 views, right? Well, QC John says Doobie still hits around sometimes. He's on Prime or Wick occasionally. Yeah, Doobie's like a backup hitter for the debate panel scene. Christian Blair says Doobie was an infuriating person, but god darn, the strangest dude, racist, fascist with some progressive values. Yeah, he's pretty funny. He's a good person. Dicky Boy says the leak was bad and he should take the L, but we're really pretending we haven't had friends show us some nudes before, and it's so unthinkable. Yeah. People are blowing it out. They previously blew it out of proportion, and then now they're kind of moving back to like the sober take. Gen X says E-rapist is ridiculous. He won't be charged with or convicted of any crimes. I mean, we'll see, right? Maybe he's a serial killer and he has a really good mask. I have no idea. Well, I do have some idea. I doubt that. I very much doubt that, right? Conservative liberalism says he's a kid who wants to wish for more wishes. Give him a monkey's paw. Yeah, true. Well, QC John says me and Christian were reminiscing on old Connor lore. Also meant mad Connor was always best Connor. I hate autocorrect. True. John says next stream you should talk more about Warhammer with Destiny. I think he would enjoy it. Yeah, but getting him away from his own thing, it's a little bit hard, right? So anyways, I do appreciate, we've had several people donate today. I see the people who have donated, right? Christian Valeris, Grassroots Hegemon, Gen X, you've all donated in the past. So I don't expect you to donate any further, especially if you're on a budget or if you're not rich or if your 401k is taking a hit. Don't worry about it. You guys have already, donated, and you've already donated your time and attention by being here and giving me ad revenue. But I would remind chat to please like the stream. That way more people know that we are live, and we will be live probably for another hour. and then we'll basically find something else to get into, another piece of content, and then I'll wrap up at 5 p.m. But I'm happy to have brought you some good content. So if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, then please send a dono. If you don't have money burning a hole in your pocket, don't worry about it. Just like the stream. And I am going to pull up something for you guys to watch while I go get a water refill and eat a chocolate protein bar. So, matter of fact, we'll do some Warhammer. We'll do some Warhammer while we're waiting, right? Let's do YouTube Studio. Let's do recent content. Let's do, what's my most recent 40K that I like? I love the Raptors. The Raptors content was fire. Yeah, sure. Let's do Raptors. Screen it. Where'd you guys go? There you are. Sapient Green for 100 DKK. Thank you kindly. I'm pretty sure I'm not giving you ad revenue. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. What chocolate protein bars do you guys go for? It's whatever the Costco brand is. I can tell you in a second. But Christian Blairs, thank you for the dono. Casey, thank you for the dono. Grassroots, thank you for the dono. Sapient Green, thank you for the dono. Seriously. It is appreciated. Let us add this to the stage. And then just tell me if you can hear it. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor, and today we're going to be breaking down the brand spanking new and fantastic fan animation Raptors by JJ Case. He seems to be a new animator fresh to the scene, and so be sure to go over and watch the original link down in the description. Please like his video and subscribe to his channel so he gives us more great content. In my opinion, the lore, tactics, and violence are fantastic, and so I'm ecstatic to be breaking it down for you today. If you're new to my channel, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and if you want to take your support a bit further, become a YouTube member or support us on patreon.com/counterpoints. This episode is brought to you by Hawkins & Company. Everything today is soulless and mass-produced, but not the wallets from Hawkins & Company. They're hand-stitched in the United States from some of the finest locally produced leather and come in a variety of styles and configurations. I carry the bifold wallet daily, but they also have trucker and biker-style wallets available. Use code COUNTERPOINTS at checkout and get 15% off your order. Get a wallet that's manly, rugged, and refined, all at the same time today. Well, we got to fast forward it to the action
episode
scene,
opens
right?
with hit retriever zone. As they break out and others wins to form. The Raptors have 25 millimeter bolt.
We got to watch the fight,
Tortured
right?
guardsmen and civilians.
Thank you, Gen X, for the super sticker. I do appreciate it. Let's watch this action scene, then we'll get back into the content. We'll get back into it. Matter of fact, we'll call it there, but I'll just share with you guys. So this is called Raptors. It's a part of my Counterpoints 40K thing. There's a homunculus, which is a kind of like leader, Dark Eldar. And he basically kills one of the Marines, the sergeant. He slits his throat. And then all the other soldiers, they drop flashbangs and they run away. So it's pretty dope, honestly. Like if you don't love Warhammer 40,000, there's probably something wrong with you. But legitimately, it's just genuinely like a cool universe, great action, great lore, great this, great that. It's a fantastic. I love Warhammer 40K with all of my heart. Now, that being said, we got into Douglas Murray mogging Dave Smith, and so we're going to do that. John says, God, I wish there were more TV shows and stuff. I'm not good with reading books for too long, and I want to know so much more about Warhammer stuff. Well, John, I mean, I'm assuming that you might have come over from the Warhammer channel, but obviously my entire channel is doing nothing but taking the cinematics and the video games and then explaining the lore around it. So I've thought about creating a lore channel. But to be honest, the priority is on this, right? Because, we started last week, we got 20 people on our inaugural stream. We're bouncing between 30 and 50, depending on the day. We got some donations, but let's be real. Grassroots Hegemon is, is the major donor. But thank you, Christian Valeris, and thank you, Sapient Green, and thank you, Gen X, and thank you, everyone else who has donated. Thank you, Sapien Green Grassroots Hegemon, and Casey. Thank you, Casey, for the donations. But the whole point is, like, within 6 months, we want to be a bigger stream, right? And then once we're bigger, then if we have money, then we can diversify. But obviously, one of the things I would want to diversify to is into a straight Counterpoints lore channel. But that does take time and energy, right? So anyways, time and energy that we don't currently possess. Now, before... You won't get through half of this. Dave retreats from Murray's inquiry and gets into the left being crazy, started the phenomenon of radical online politics. Well, we can criticize that, right? So we don't have to get the whole thing done. We just need a vibe check, right? A vibe check in the conversation. And if Douglas Murray gets a few, a few rhetorical dunks in, that's, I think, what most liberals and Democrats are going to be interested in. I'm, of course, going to be interested with contending with the substance of the ideas. So just for the people, I guess we're going to have to cut the segment between the Destiny and the initial Douglas Murray segment. But just in case there's people in chat who have no idea what's going on, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I love yapping about politics and current events, and I love yapping about power and Warhammer and moral philosophy and all that kind of stuff. And so hopefully I can bring you some interesting insights when it comes to what's going on in our world today. This is a debate that happened yesterday between libertarian comedian Dave Smith, who does do a lot of political commentary, and Douglas Murray, who is a public intellectual from the UK. And so Douglas Murray is challenging Dave Smith on the Joe Rogan podcast, which is one of the biggest podcasts on the planet. And he's challenging Joe Rogan and Dave Smith for their lackadaisical embracing of dissident right-wing conspiracy theory ideas and creators without any intellectual rigor that allows mis and disinformation to be spread. I would say that that's his primary contention. So without further ado, let's watch Murray be charming but cruel to his opponents.
Was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism, like, there's no historian who would agree with that. So why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That was what he was doing in public. He announces to the German parliament what he wants to do. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down in the 1930s, first of all, what are you doing? And secondly, why?
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was. And so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation.
I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see what he's doing.
Okay, I think you're straw-manning him, I should say.
Look, anyone can look up what he said on this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of you. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to do down Churchill.
I don't think he downplayed
Hitler. Whatever way they can. No, I said in conversations with you and others, this is the shtick of these guys. They've decided it's edgy and funny, and I think this is very, very interesting and also very dangerous because we live in an era now that the right has got some mojo back in America. We saw years of crazy left overreach where they tried to make us all say the craziest things. And completely predictably, there are now figures on the right playing with really dark and ugly stuff on their side.
I agree with that.
They are mainstreaming
I don't think
and I
Daryl's
think it's
doing that.
partly being mainstreamed by the two people I just described. And both of you have kept speaking to these people. And you don't get on the historians who know about this. And that's just alarming to me.
Well,
So I'll tell you what the accusation would be, right? So the accusation would be that if you're minimizing 1930s anti-Semitism, what are you doing? If you're trying to sanitize Hitler's public reputation in 1930s, and if you're trying to minimize how much anti-Semitism was a cultural aspect of Germany in the 20s and 30s, what are you trying to achieve? So the narrative, at least as I can understand it, I think they call it like historical revisionism, right? Is the goal would be to separate Nazism and the Holocaust away from the German people and the anti-Semitism that was present in the 1920s and 1930s. That way you could kind of like, I don't know, reclaim some territory from the current historical narrative surrounding the Holocaust. And then what that will also do too is it will allow you to just ask questions in the modern era. So if the 20s and 30s weren't as anti-Semitic as the Israelis or Jewish folks or Douglas Murray or Churchill historians are portraying, then that allows you to give you like more latitude to play with anti-Semitism now. That would be my guess as to why you would want to do that. Now, the question is, in a free society, should you be able to do that? Like, even if you're a liar, even if you're a dishonest actor, even if you're a propagandist, in a free society, should you be allowed to question the mainstream narrative around Churchill and Adolf Hitler? And the answer is yes. But the thing that needs to be done is people of good faith, good conscience, truth tellers. I think Douglas Murray is saying that he is of good faith and good conscience and a truth teller. He is challenging these people in real time. And he's saying, why are you trying to minimize the anti-Semitism of the 1920s and 30s? Do you have a more nefarious agenda? Whereas a lot of people will see Joe Rogan and Dave Smith as rubes who, on the basis of free speech, will platform unchallenged ahistorical perspectives, right? I think that's the main thrust of what Douglas is trying to get across. Big in Gaming says you have to push back, ask questions, and not just accept what they say. Exactly. But if you don't know enough about early 20th century history in order to push back against an ahistorical statement, then you're kind of like, you know, you're like a guppy or like a goldfish and you're swimming with sharks, right? So you have to go into these conversations armed. And I think Douglas Murray's other indictment is that Dave Smith and Joe Rogan are insufficiently armed for the nefarious propagandists with whom they interact. That would be my read. Then Joe shouldn't have those conversations. Right, but libertarians and liberals are always going to want to have conversations, even if they're wildly misinformed, even if they're platforming politically dangerous people. And I mean, I rest in that camp as well. I think you should have as many conversations as possible. But I think immediately when you're done having that conversation where you get blown out by some historical revisionist, you need to have Douglas Murray on in order to say, what the hell, guys? And then have Douglas Murray say what he needs to say, right?
Can I just say, so because I kind of do agree with part of what you said there. Like, I do think it is true that almost as a reaction to like the woke insanity that we've seen on the left, and I think literally, I think nobody's been a more effective critic of that than you. I do think there has kind of been a right-wing reaction that has embraced racialism and is dangerous and not a good path to go down.
Yeah, and now they're flirting with Holocaust denial and
yes,
Hitler,
but
and absolving Hitler of blame and much more.
I think you're wrong to include Daryl in that group. Now, the other thing is, I'm sorry, because maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying people that I've had conversations with have downplayed the Holocaust? Well, who are the two guys?
Daryl Cooper and the other
Ian
Carroll.
I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with Daryl Cooper once. And he absolutely did not downplay any of the Nazi atrocities at all. And I think that if we're zooming out here a little bit, maybe this is kind of part of the disconnect. Broadly speaking, in American culture, the idea that it has not been driven into people enough that the Nazis were bad and that Adolf Hitler he is literally the modern devil. He is much more so than the actual devil. Adolf Hitler is what's viewed as the most evil thing, to the point that, I mean, just my entire life growing up, if there was a guy who sold soup on Seinfeld who was like authoritarian, he's a soup Nazi. Right. Everyone was Hitler. The left called George Bush Hitler, and they called Obama Hitler, and they called Trump Hitler. Yes. Every single enemy that we've gone to war with always called Hitler. Saddam Hussein's the new Hitler. Muammar Gaddafi's the new Hitler. Putin's the new Hitler. It is so the idea that like we haven't driven into people enough that Adolf Hitler was a really bad guy.
I'm not saying that at all.
So Dave, my frustration with Dave is that he just went on a podcast with Candace Owens, and Candace Owens is 100% doing revisionism, probably because of her European husband. I'm not going to lie, and also the fact that she's a moron. And I'm sure that we could watch that eventually and see how they, commiserated over their shared perspectives of America bad and how exaggerated the comparisons to Hitler are. But there's a segment that we watched together on this live stream where Candace Owens explicitly brings up how you can't talk about Hitler, even though you absolutely can. And you can't say Hitler is bad enough, although you absolutely can. And then she was like, let's talk about the real ethnic replacement. And then she starts talking about how Soviets were like massacring Ukrainians and Germans and Poles. And she's like, this is just as bad. And it's like, yeah, no shit. But that was done by the Soviets, not the United States. And she's like, this is what the Allies did. And it's like, yeah. And then we also fought like, I don't know, a decades long Cold War against the Soviets as well. And then not only that, she was like, yeah, and if you think concentration camps are bad, then you should hear about Japanese internment camps. And then she just moves on because she's a moron and she doesn't know what she's talking about. So if Douglas Murray is accusing Dave Smith of being naive about the historical revisionist people out of a shared feeling that America bad, then he's just right. He's just fundamentally correct that like Dave Smith is naive to the nefarious people with whom he partners because they both hate the American federal government. Conservative liberalism says he's touching on an interesting point. I think because Hitler has become the boogeyman, people have the natural curiosity to understand the person behind the larger than life reputation. Yeah, sure. 100%. And I wouldn't even say that's bad. You should understand the banality of evil. You should understand that human beings, including you or me, are capable of atrocity given the right circumstances. You should understand that. That's not the problem. Big in Gaming says, and Candace leaves out the context of the people of those countries not wanting the Germans there because Hitler used German beings in those countries to take them over. Yeah. I could buy Cooper posting the image of Hitler Nazis occupying Paris next to Trans Olympics as being edgy for edginess sake, but not with the Hitler apology afterwards. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, and it's okay. Like, I don't know Daryl Cooper personally. I don't know all of his takes, but I already know that Candace Owens is a historical revisionist who's trying to constantly vilify the state of Israel, which could be deserved, but she doesn't vilify them in context against their opponents, which would be necessary to evaluate players in a conflict. And then she also does weird historical revisionism when it comes to the Allies, where she's trying to say, because the Soviet Union committed atrocities, we're just as bad. And then if you say, hold on, you're saying that we're just as bad, she'll be like, no. I'm just saying we did bad stuff too. And it's like, yeah, we know that. We know that we did bad stuff, right? We know that. But it's not as bad as, I don't know, a genocide or an ethnocide, right? Casey says, looking at polling, apparently 25% of the Zoomers don't believe in the Holocaust. Yeah. Well, it's been a century, so, you know, I understand. I understand that the impact of the Holocaust hit my generation harder because I grew up with World War II veterans for grandparents, obviously. Big in Gaming says 17 million civilians died in the USSR just because they were all starving and the Germans just had to kill them, according to Daryl. Yeah, that's crazy pants. Biz D says Douglas Murray was way too spicy for liberals just a couple of years ago. Yeah, but I mean, hopefully the pendulum is recalibrating. Christian Blair said she said Jews in the US prop up, run porn studios to spread degeneracy. Exactly, right? Like she'll find one edgy Jew who is like, I don't like Christianity, therefore I promote porn. And she'll be like, look, every Jewish person in the United States props up the porn industry, and every Jew involved in porn is a part of a conspiracy to bring down the Western Christian man. It's actually crazy pants. It's legitimately crazy pants that she has the platform she does. And I can only assume it's because most people are morons. That's honestly, like, I hate to say it, but it's true. Casey says, we will take disinformation cucks being crushed anywhere we can. Indeed. Do you... Oh, okay. Christian Blair is talking to Harmonic Fox. All right, no problem. Let's give them more room to play.
I'm saying, just as the left likes to play with very dark, ugly stuff, and they've done it for decades, they have played down Chairman Mao's murder of the Chinese throughout his era in power. They played down Stalin. They still march on occasions with posters of Lenin. They've spent decades trying to do down evils that were done on their side. And I would suggest that one of the things that is going on at the moment is, despite, or maybe because of what you just described, there are movements now on the right in America, subcultures, including people who follow both of you, who are very interested in playing with this absolute beyond the pale thing? Why somebody like Jake Shields wants to play around with Holocaust denial? Why?
I can't answer for Jake Shields. I don't know.
Why do you think?
I have no idea. I think
I'm telling
a lot of people get captured by audience capture.
Captured by their audience.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You get a lot of positive reinforcement from a bunch of twisted people.
Well, it's also, I mean, there's something about, Michael Malice had that great line. He goes, when you take the red pill, you're supposed to take one and not swallow the whole bottle. Yes. And I think there's like this dynamic. What happens is, and of course, people know the red pill is the analogy from the Matrix. The idea that you wake up to realizing that so much of the stuff you believed was bullshit propaganda.
Absolutely.
And is all lies. And this is a real danger when the establishment and the institutions are all caught with their pants down, having sold a bunch of very consequential policies based on lies. And then once people realize that, they go, well, what else have they been lying to me about? And then they almost want to look into every single thing and go, yeah, I think the whole thing was lies. Now, I agree with you. There's danger in that. And I think that there are some things that then people jump to conclusions that are totally wrong. But I guess I tend to look at that and go, well, then maybe the people with power, not random podcasters, but like the people with real power should do a better job of not lying through their fucking teeth about everything.
Well, maybe you have power. Maybe you have power, both of you. We live in an era where podcasters have a lot of power. If you go on a podcast with Jake Shields, and Jake Shields goes on to another podcast and says he doesn't think 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, what do you think's happening there? That's an exercise of power. Okay?
Yeah, dude, Douglas is just cooking, all right? He's just cooking right now. So hold on, let's break down. This is actually what pisses me off about Dave Smith. I'm sure he's an earnest fella. I'm not saying he's not. But Douglas says the left still rehabs Soviets and Maoists. There are movements on the right who are very interested in playing the same game. And then Dave Smith says, when you take the red pill, you're supposed to take one, not the whole bottle. Once you realize everything, maybe the people with real power should tell the truth. Now, I agree with this to a certain extent. I really do. I do think that the establishment has done a very poor job of communicating reality to the American population. But I think that's partially because the American population is dumb. And so if you told them the truth, they might not do the right thing. And so they kind of feel like they have to lie in order to get people to do, quote unquote, the right thing for the greater good. I think that if the truth cannot defend itself, I think the truth defends itself. And so I think that we should be a little bit more brave than that, where we should tell our citizens the truth and then tell them what we think needs to be done. And then hopefully that's enough to preserve our civilization. I don't think lying about like the Gulf of Tonkin incident, for example, where allegedly Vietnamese PT boats attacked some of our destroyers. And then that was a reason for us to escalate in Vietnam. That allegedly was based off of like very limited and probably faulty information. Stream got cancer. We got taken out. Hello, 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 hello. Are we not live right now? I'm live on my end. Oh, all right. Okay. We'll continue another day.